coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Fish Alabama, Alabama State Parks, AmFirst Federal Credit Union, by Mountain Dew, by Garmin, TH Marine, Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Jax, Bill Penny Automotive, Wadawi Marine, Strike King, Luz, by Bahio Sunglasses, and by Bush Light. Live on the Water coverage begins now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kay Donaldson, Director of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, and we're here at Lake Guntersville for the fifth and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Lake Guntersville, probably known as Alabama's crowning jewel when it comes to bass fishing. Just a few years ago, we were here at this same time of the year, and it took over 30 pounds to take the win and over 16 to get a check. It's going to be an exciting day. 225 teams registered for this event back in August of 2021, and it all comes down to this. We've got a very tight points race, only 7 points between first and second place. Out on the water today, the guys are going to be looking for largemouth and spotted bass and that smallmouth bass. Largemouth and smallmouth 15 inches, spots at 12 inches. It's going to be an exciting day. Some of the teams that you're going to want to watch today, of course, your leaders in the Angler of the Year points, Greg Lamb, David Powell, only have a 7-point lead. And probably the team they don't want behind them, Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sams. There's only a 7-point gap there, guys, and these guys who are traditionally Smith Lake guys have really figured out the Tennessee River lately. So it's going to be interesting to watch them. We will have cameras out on the boats today. We'll have trackers out on the boats today with them. You will get to see them in live. Something that you're going to see a little bit different this morning is we're going to be showing you the boats as they come through. We'll have drone shots going, and we'll be chasing a couple teams so that we can start our live coverage early this morning. So we'll go from about 5:15 till about 11 o'clock today. Going to give you as much of the action as we can out here on Lake Guntersville, the largest lake on the Tennessee River chain at 69,000 acres. This is a very fertile, mineral-rich destination reservoir here on the Tennessee River. And I have a feeling guys are going to be going from dam to dam. We're going to see a lot of different techniques used today. I think we're going to see a lot of fish catches. Everything in practice has been the amount of fish catches that people are having, but can they find that 5 and 6 pound, even 7 or 8 pound kicker fish? And we're going to see that here today out on Lake Guntersville. So make sure that you tune in on all the channels. Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series on Facebook, on YouTube, Alabama Bass Trail TV. Make sure you're watching it on the website on alabamabasstrail.org. Click your live feeds, click live on the water. The first flight's due in at 2 o'clock today. Last flight will be due in at 4 o'clock. We're here at Goose Pond Colony here in Scottsboro, Alabama. Huge shout out to the city of Scottsboro, to the Mountain Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and to the great folks here at Goose Pond for having us and being our host this week. We look forward to closing out a phenomenal season here on the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, right here on the crowning jewel in the state of Alabama, Lake Guntersville. So you'll see Kenneth Grover, Jason Duran, and Laura Anfoshi will be out on the water today covering all of these teams. Again, 225 teams signed up last August, and we're going to see who's going to be at the top of the pack after today. We're going to get ready to do the national anthem. We're going to do it the way we always do it, by paying tribute to our soldiers here and around the world, and play our national anthem, and then get these guys blasted off. It's safe daylight, so let's do it. All right, everyone, if you would, please stand up, remove your hats. We're going to start this tournament like we do every Alabama Bass Trail tournament, with the playing of our national anthem, and we're going to honor our soldiers who are serving here and around the world.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched
Mr. Witt for being our official flag holder this morning. All right, guys, fire them up. Let's get ready to go. Mr. Scott, are we clear to go? Safe flight. Boat number 1, John Welburn and Gabe Pierce. I see you right there. You are free to release for the final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division here at Lake Guntersville. Boat number 2, Billy Carroll and Justin England. We got you. Thank you. Boat number 3, John and David Johnson. Boat number 4, Yelverton and Hagan Cranfield. Boat number 5, John Adams and David Daly. Boat number 6, Chris Carden and Adam Lynn. Boat number 7, Wesley Collins and Jeremy Hardison. Boat number 8, Lanny Guthrie and Chuck Hinton. Got you guys? Boat number 9, Drake Luter and Kendall Phillips. Boat number 10, Stevie Johnson and Jason Williams. Boat number 11, Jason Holloway and Jeremy Barnett. I see you right there. Good luck, Jeremy. All right, guys. Boat number 12, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. Boat number 13, Lee Oliver and Tommy Carden. And boat number 14, I see him already, Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 15, Gary Thacker and Carter Woodall. Just a reminder, you're due in at 2 o'clock. Boat number 16, Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. Boat number 17, Ben Sellers and Lawson Graves. Boat number 18, Cody Bowden and Lee Bolt. I see you guys. Boat number 19, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe. Boat number 20, Mike Bearden and Elliot Galt. Boat number 21, Gerald Brewer and Will Grisham. Boat number 22, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 23, Preston Henson and Adam Lynch. Boat number 24, Delano Green Deuce, Delano Green Jr. Boat number 25, Wendell Edgel and Daniel Edgel. That's the last boat in flight number 1. As soon as they clear, we will be roll. Boat number 26, Charlie Craycraft and Ben Miller. Boat number 27, they won it, Neely Henry. They're in the championship already. Blake Heiss and Jonathan Collins, the Goopster. Boat number 28, Tony Keith and Brian Gregory. Boat number 29, Wesley Marshall and Heath Kelly. Boat number 30, Ashley Peebles and Laddie Cannon. Boat number 31, Chase Rampy and Jarrett Floyd. Boat number 32 did not come today, so we'll skip on to boat number 33, Bobby Sharber and Jaron Gleski. Boat number 34, Kyle Schuchard and Derek Benz. Boat number 35, Steve Smith and Ryan Smith. Good luck, guys. Boat number 36, Randy Talbert Jr. and Gary Thompson. They are your reigning Bassmaster Team Champions. They'll be headed back in December. Boat number 37, Jason Wisenet and Wayne Wisenet. Boat number 38, Alan Brasher and Chris Pruitt. Boat number 39, Jim Barnett and Ricky Bergreen. Just a reminder, your time due in is at 2:15, guys, 2:15. Boat number 40, Timothy Campbell and Timothy Campbell. Boat number 41, they've won on the Alabama Bass Trail, Tim Griffith and David Ayers. Boat number 42, another team that's won on the Alabama Bass Trail, Craig Daniel and Jackie Flack. Boat number 43, John Hearn and Brian Martin. Boat number 44, Lee Hurley and Hank Hayes. Good luck, guys. Boat number 45, Mike Kirkendall and Adam Stuckey. The thumb. There they go. Boat number 46, Danny Lowen. Boat number 47, Keith Hester and Scott. 48, Corey McMullen and Chris Duckett. Vote number 49, Ben Phillips and Cody Brandon. Vote number 50, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. They are the last vote in that flight. Flight number 3, you're doing 51, Frankie Russell and Huck Robinson. Vote number 52, Chris Swindle and Paul Ernst. Vote number 53, Ryan Walters and Casey Walker. Vote number 54, Mark Scott and Kevin Sire. Yep. Vote number 55, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. Vote number 56, Brian Shook and Justin Lancaster. Vote number 57, they won on the Alabama Bass Trail, Chris Britton and Eric Springer. Vote number 58, Josh Clark and Ty Cox. Vote number 59, they came a long way to fish the Alabama Bass Trail, Robert Errett and Mike Russell. Vote number 60, Jody Geis and Adam Willingham. Vote number 61, they hate a camera, Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop. Vote number 62, Brent Crow and James Morgan. Your latest winners on Lake Wheeler, vote number 63, Michael Hood and Randy Wiggins. And oh my Lord, vote number 64, Kent Keys and Davey Campbell. Got him. Got him. All right, vote number 65, Joey Mayfield, Tally Mayfield. Vote number 66, Dylan Merritt, Miles Hemphill. Vote number 67, Brett Perry and Chris Hargrove. Vote number 68, Randall Ware and Ken Crosley. 69, Dylan Tucker and Greg Tucker. Sitting 6th in the Angler of the Year points, Jamie Smith and Michael Making It Rains. Vote number 71, Brad Shelton and Eric White. Vote number 72, Barry Vest, Dustin McDaniel. Vote number 73, Leo Williams. I believe he is not going to be here today. Vote number 74, Wesley Taylor and Kirkland Hill. And the last vote in this flight, vote number 75, Greg Bearden and Daniel Robinson. All right, moving on. Vote number 76, you're doing at 245, Timothy Baker and Ben Perkins. Vote number 77, Adam Brecken and Brian Leffler. Yep. Vote number 78, William Carter and Matt Carter. Vote number 79, Derek Coughlin and Jeffrey Kugelon. Vote number 80, Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Vote number 81, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. Vote number 82, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Vote number 83, Derek Hicks and Wesley Webster. Sitting 3rd in the Angler of the Year points, vote number 84, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Vote number 85, Ray Langston, Rodney Ballinger. Vote number 86, Eric Morris and Jess Kitchens. Vote number 87, Sidney Pointer and Ethan Floyd. Vote number 88, Jake Robertson and Caleb Swain. 89, Dwayne Swindle and Michael Doty. Vote number 90, Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt. Vote number 91, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. They won on Smith Lake. They are in the championship, but they want to be in the top 9. Vote number 92, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Vote 93, Craig Baird and Thomas Brown. Vote number 94, John Bryan and Mason Bryan. Got them right here. Vote number 95, father and son team, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall. Vote number 96, where you at, Chase Curley? Chase Curley and Blake Webster. All right, vote number 97, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. Vote number 98, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 99, Matt Langley and Danny Davenport. And oh my word, boat number 100, they won here last year. Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts, boat number 100, last boat in this flight. I saw him go by, Mr. Scott. I'm moving on. Boat number 101, Alton Holcomb and Stephen Patton. Boat number 102, Eddie Jewell and Shane Jewell. Boat number 103, Tyler Keith and Timothy Keith. Woo, these boys went on glass and they're good on the Tennessee River. And Cliff Rameau. Here they are, guys, sitting second in the Angler of the Year points, multiple wins on the Alabama Bass Trail, 7 points out. Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sams. Boat number 108, David Nixon and Bill Grisham. And our only all-female team, they had a top 20 place at Wheeler, Betty Stahl and Linda Sands. Yep. Boat number 110, Tim Thornberry and Tyler Thornberry. Boat number 111, they're sitting 7th in the Angler of the Year points, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Boat number 112, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 113, got the cutest dog on tour, Winston, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright. Boat number 114, Brandon Blackwood and Shannon Thomas. All right, guys, you're due in at 3 o'clock. Boat number 115, John Burt and Daryl Lester. Boat number 115. Boat 116, James Carr and Wes Dillard. Boat 117, Hank Hallmark and Michael Wilson. Boat 118, Zachary Gordon and Edward Foe. 119, Ben Foster and Sean Burris. Boat number 120, Frankie Daniel and Brandon Daniel. Boat number 121, Brian Dowdy and Kyle Llewellyn trying to get back in that top 9. Boat 122, Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Boat number 123, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Boat number 124, Roland Liverett and George Liverett. Last boat in this flight, 125, Adam Martin and Alan Martin. Boat 126, they were your Anglers of the Year in 2021, Bradley Jones and Brooks Goza. Boat number 128, Clint Hutcherson and Drew Naylor. Hey, this guy's got some history here on Lake Guntersville. Boat 129, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat 130, Greg Lamb and David Powell. They are your leaders in the Angler of the Year race. There they are right there. Somebody is going to take home a bonus today. All right, boat number 131, William Lynn and Donna Lynn. An impressive performance on Wheeler as well. Boat number 132, Kenny Johnson and Alex Hale. Boat number 133, Scott Keeling and Colby Clark. Boat number 137, saw me at Jefferson the other night, Sam Moody and Ray Battles Jr. Good luck, guys. Boat number 135, David Kyle and Scott Callahan. Boat number 136, Harry Payton II. Boat number 137, Cody Parkus is not with us today. Boat 138, Jeff Norwood and Kyle Smith. Boat number 139, Dennis Miller and Philip Cohn. I believe we got, going out by himself today. Boat number 140, they won at Pickwick last year. Teron Prince and Jeff Stubblefield. Boat number 141, an impressive performance on Wheeler. Boat number 141, Tommy Ryer and Jeremy White. Boat number 142, William Rollins and Casey Jones. Good luck, guys. Boat number 143, Waylon Mullis. Boat number 144, Rusty Strickland and Charles Him. They've won before. They're ready to do it again. Boat number 145, better watch them. Better watch him. Trey Swindle and Daniel Smith. They're number 146. These guys have won, and they've won an Angler of the Year. They're in the 8th place in the Angler of the Year. Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. Good luck, guys. Boat number 147, Derek Smith and Brandon Smith. Boat number 148, Mark Thrift and Johnny Watson. Boat number 149, David Banks and Bert Oliver. Boat number 150, Chris Briles and Hunter Briles. Last boat in that flight. Boat number 151, where are you at? Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. Boat number 152, Stevie Daniel and Jason Compton. Boat number 153, Rick Cotton and Ricky Thompson. First one here in the morning, here at 155 this morning. All right, guys, moving right along. Let me find my place. Boat number 154, Adam Gilliland and Leslie Jones. Boat number 155, Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson trying to get back inside that top 9. All right, guys. Boat number 156, Clark Lawrence and Drew Long. Boat 157.
Well, here we go. Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker.
Boat number 158, Terry Pryor
Boat
and
numbers.
Terry Mann. Boat number 159, Bob Power and Jeff Edmondson.
Yes, sir.
160, another team looking to get back inside that top 9. 160, Zach Taylor and Josh Austin. Boat 161, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. Boat number 162 in the Buck and Bass boat, Hayden Sinclair and Hunter Gibson. Boat 163, Tyler Stewart and Jonathan Nixon.
Fish on, number 1.
Boat number 164, Alan Barrett and Tyler Caldwell. 165, Brian Bond and Matthew Bond. Boat number 166, fish with an alternate today, Tim Hurst and Derek Remitz. Boat number 167, Brantley Burton and Josh Cook. Boat 168, Andy Cobb and Joe Giovingo. Boat number 169, Jacob Davis and Chris Wages. Boat number 170, Ethan Franklin and Hunter McCarty. Boat number 171, Lee Gray and Ethan Flack. Boat 172, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Boat 173 has fished with me a long time, Mike Dutton and Lee Humphrey. Boat number 174, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. Last boat in this flight, boat 175, Shannon Briggs and Barry Hubbard. Moving on. Boat number 176, Colton Bramlett and Cassidy Evans. These guys have won here. Boat 177, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat 178, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. Boat 179, Nathaniel Bates and Nick Weldon. Boat number 180, Lee, The Arm, Pitts, and Steve Engel. Boat number 181, Paul Bell and Toby Matchin. 182, David Haraway and John Gavin. Boat 183, Justin Lang and Luke Mason. They are 5th in the Angler of the Year points, and there they go, guys. Boat number 184, these guys got to catch them today. 184, Jeremy Hopper and Ryan. They cannot. Angler of the Year. David Prater and Taylor Russ Reynolds. Kyle. Sean Evans. Boat 193, Danny. Boat number 196.
Mm-hmm.
Over there. And the last, 199. And Rusty Henry. Oh, and Clint Gilbertson. Tyree. Boat number 207. Here's and Troy Penley. Boat number 210, Scott Russell and Jonathan Barnett. Thomas Shelton and Rich Well. Boat number 216, Craig Childers and Trent Boyette. And Robin Cochran and Rockford Robinson. Thomas and they fish and Trace. And Mark Waits and boats just blasted. We're all. Let's see some fish catches. We'll see you right here at Alabama Bass Pro Live.
Damian Willis and Tyler Cocker. Miss Kay's been calling boat numbers, and we've been catching fish already. Already got one in the boat. Every fish at Guntersville looks over 5 pounds. That first one. Guys, what do y'all think that first one went? About 5, right?
Good job, man. You kept us right on.
From what I hear, it's going to be a catch fest pretty quick here. We do have one other boat in the area. The guys are throwing plastics. We basically came just a little bit off of takeoff, idled through the no wake zone, dropped the trolling motor and went to work. I think they felt a little pressure from us because we were right behind them all the way here, and when I stood up with the camera, I think they felt a little bit of relief. So they thought somebody else is coming with them, and just going to throw a camera, not going to throw a bait today. So
Freezing to death. You're not cold?
we're going to slide back and let them fish.
Morgan, you want to stay tied up on this side so.
Well,
be a drive from grab him.
just tuning in, we are at beautiful Lake Guntersville this morning for the final stop, the ABT North Division. This is stop number 5. A lot of teams today fishing for points. A lot of teams fishing for $10,000 as well. Looking to make the ABT Championship. Top 75, top 9 are going to the Bass Team Championship. We are on the team of Damian Willis and Tyler Cocker. These guys already have one fish in the boat, one over 5. Off to a good start quick already. Sun's coming up. These guys caught their fish before blast off was even completed. You saw us go 2 box if you were watching earlier, and as soon as we dropped the trolling motor and got the camera on, they were catching already. So we are just inside Goose Pond. I can see the golf course there in the background. One other team in the area, a couple of locals ran through this area coming from the north, and then a couple ABT guys ran past us. So had a little traffic quick this morning, but now that everything's settled down. And Tyler both are throwing soft plastics. We're in a grassy area. See off in the distance there is another team just ahead of Damian and Tyler. Have not seen those guys catch a fish yet. A lot of guys said today that they were going to be fishing the grass. You know, it's kind of the decision today, maybe having to mix it up a little bit, fishing out deep and fishing up shallow, because the fish seem to be in a little bit of a transition mode still. So there are fish up shallow and there are fish out deep. So I think we'll see a lot of teams mixing it up. Probably going to have the shallow bite early and then maybe move off deep as the sun gets up and current starts again to flow. We did have some rainfall move through the system this week, so that should cause us to pull a little current today. The teams were reporting earlier this week that there was a good current flow. I do see some activity in the area, shad flipping and fish hitting. Looks like Kenneth has made it to his spot, so we're bringing you guys 2 box of coverage early for the ABT North Division on Lake Guntersville. Kenneth, tell us what's going on in your end of the lake.
Well, we decided to follow the current. Sitting on a flat, there's a lot of other boats out.
Swim bait for a minute. Didn't get a stronger sample on the rod box for another rod here.
So Jason, where we are, there's a ton of hydrilla. Fish strike there. On the swim bait. Getting a few strikes here, looks like.
y'all can see that, you know, that some of the hard part today is going to have to be sharing water with other teams, and as much as you hate it, you're almost forced to do it because other teams have found some of the same fish you have, and it's kind of hard not to get in your head, but you're going to have to stay focused on fishing against the fish and not other teams today. Guys have run through a little bit of a variety of baits this morning. They've
No signal.
thrown soft plastics, they've thrown swim baits, they've thrown hard body swim baits, soft body swim baits. The first fish caught this morning was over 5 pounds,
No signal.
was on a soft plastic creature style bait. It was caught probably on the second or third cast when we got here. Boat numbers are still being called. Damian Willis and Tyler Cocker put one in the box, 1 over 5, which is off to a great start. Your live coverage this morning is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Hopefully by now you have had that first cup of coffee. Come jacked up and kind of stay with us all morning. We're going to bring live coverage to you till around 11 o'clock, 11:30. As much action on the water as we can with as many teams as we can. We do have 3 teams out on the water chasing boats, so we should be able to bring you as much action as we possibly can with good cell service and good weather. Fish on. Another fish in the box. If I'm calling numbers, that probably one goes over 2. Gonna put it on the scale to see. makes number 2 in the box there. So we got one over 5 and one pushing 3 probably. You know, today you may never know if the next fish is a 5 over 5, and you know, it's important to pay attention to your line. Catching a fish, retying after that, you know, just taking your time. You don't want to lose a fish, so taking care of your equipment is very important. They're only fishing for 5 today, so if they lose one because of carelessness and not taking the time to retie, then it could cost them the day. Aerial coverage brought to you today by Black Rifle Coffee. Oh, I do stand corrected. Aerial coverage is brought to you by America's First Credit Union, because if you're going to be a top gun, you got to have some good financial backers for you. The AM First Bass Cast Skycam. Bass Cash Skycam. It's on the screen if you're looking for it. I can't read the screen from out here because I'm holding the camera, driving the trolling motor, and talking. I got it all today, just saying. I missed my cameraman today. I'll go ahead and say that early. He's out fishing today, so it's hard to... Yeah. So we got Chris in the booth flying a drone, running, switching. We got everybody pulling triple duty today, so... Miss Kay was calling numbers on the takeoff boat this morning. Fish on. Looks like a little one here. It was a small one, so, oh, another fish on. Good one, good one. It's in the grass. Another one in the box. Makes number 3. Sorry for the jerky camera. Missed one. You know, if I had to count on that one, I would say it's probably another 2. So we may have a 5-pounder in the box, one pushing 3, and then one maybe about 2 pounds. I mean, I'm looking from a long distance away judging these fish, but I did ask him on that first fish, it was over 5, so. So if you're just joining us, this is Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. We just made a quick little idle, basically. We had a lot of no-wake zone to go through, so we're on the backside of Goose Pond. We're in Goose Pond, technically. I can see the golf course just over their shoulders, and the marina is just over to the left of them. And the way in sight today, blast off where we blasted off this morning at Goose Pond, is just over to the left a little more. So if you're coming to join us this afternoon, come on out. We got a great setup today. See some of the best anglers and team fishing weigh in this afternoon. Should have some good bags today. I do have one other team in the area that has just slipped by, Damian and Tyler. You know, I don't know the area that they really want to fish, either one of them, but I think they're both just trying to take care of it. I do see another boat kind of coming around from the marina now, so this area is getting a little bit of traffic in it this morning. We did have some boats run through here from the north, from another tournament maybe, or just some fun fishermen out today. And then we have some maybe T anglers in the area as well. There goes our drone. Headed back to refuel. So if you're just watching us at home, if you'd like to join the action next year and fish on the ABT 100s, registration just opened for the
Maximum
ABT
flight
100.
altitude reached.
So if you're looking to join tonight, right now would be one of the best opportunities to join. So open a new browser window and go to ABT, AlabamaBassTrail100.org. You can sign up right now for 3 events next year. $100,000 given away at every event. 100 best teams in each event. First bass for cash. Headed out. Can't tell that these guys are really taking their time to work through this grass. Picking up a swim bait. Throwing a soft plastic creature bait in the front and a soft body swim bait in the back. Fish on. There's a good one. Well, it makes number 4. I'm good. So that makes number 4. That one's definitely over 3. So we got one over 5, one over 3, one pushing 3, and one right around 2. Haven't seen any guys around them catch fish. So I think Danny and Tyler are set up kind of the way they want to fish this area. They do have 2 other boats just ahead of them that have kind of moved in around them. I think they're going to hopefully stay clean to this area and get their limit here. From where I sit, you might be able to see on camera. I do see 2 boats ahead of him, one on past the marina. I do have 4 boats technically completely in the area right here. One's just coming in off the main lake, idling in back here, so. Team's looking to save a little gas money today. Just idled right around here and went to fishing. If you're just tuning in, it is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division on Guntersville Lake. Stop number 5. Live coverage today brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. We're on the team of Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Fishing just inside Goose Pond. They do have 4 fish in the box, 1 over 5. 225 teams today fishing for $10,000 first place prize. Has been a pretty quick start today. We were set down catching fish while Miss Kay was still calling out boat numbers. This is boat number 91, so kind of middle of the pack, but went to work pretty quick. We do have 2 other teams out today on the water with cameras chasing teams, so Mm-hmm.
These guys are on a large grass. So far, look. The area throughout the day. A lot of boats out here. I think the way the camera's viewed now, you might only see one or two, but behind us there's quite a few boats. So it's a pretty popular area so far this morning. They've covered quite a bit of an area, so I'm trying to stay off of them a little bit, try not to get too close to them, because it wouldn't surprise me if they turn back around and go back through. So I don't want to get on top of the area that they're actually trying to fish. Kind of what I expected. He's turning around and going to go back through. It's kind of a, I don't know, probably 150 yard stretch that he's now fished. A couple other boats out here, so I would imagine he's going to kind of zigzag back and forth through here. Got 2 fish in the boat so far.
Hey guys, I'm with boat 204, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Currently they have one fish for about 2 pounds. It looks like the two bait of choices they have going on right here is a chatterbait and a Carolina rig, and we're really close to where the ramp is, just out from it on these grass flats. We also have a ton of boats around us, so we should be able to cover a good amount of people in the one area we're at, and then we're going to start working our way upriver. Just a reminder for people just now tuning in, I'm Laura Ann and I'm with boat 204, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. Currently one fish for 2 pounds, fishing grass flats with what was chatterbaits and Carolina rigs. Now it looks like we've got a chatterbait crankbait combination. Also, we're in a depth of about 8 foot. Looks like we're throwing into about 5 foot. And the most shallow water is to our right. It goes about 2 foot once you go to the right and you start seeing grass under the boat.
And that makes number 5. All right, well that makes number 5 in the box for Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. I'll say that's probably their smallest fish that they just caught, so that's probably the one we're going to want to call here pretty quick. We do have one over 5 pounds, so it's been a good morning so far. They do now have the area all to themselves. Had a couple company this morning early, but we dropped the trolling motor and went to fish catching right away. While boat numbers are still being called, they were catching 5-pounders. So it's been a good morning. Boat number 91, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, fishing just inside Goose Pond, fishing the grass. We have run through a couple different baits this morning. Soft plastic creature baits, soft body swim baits, hard body swim baits. We are definitely fishing grass and just really trying to take our time and work through the area. Haven't really done a lot of moving around. It's kind of focused in this section of the grass.
I wish. An update for you guys. I'm with boat number 30, Ashley Peebles and Laddie Cannon, and they've got one fish for 2.5 pounds currently. Same area, not very far from the last boat we were with. What are you guys throwing here in 2 foot of water? Wacky worm? Are both of you throwing that?
So far this morning, all the live shots are within eyesight of Goose Pond calling. Well, we took out of Goose Pond this morning. Historically, a lot of the events Alabama Bass Trail take out of the state park, so we're further upriver than where we have taken off for a lot of the ABT events. And I really don't know how that's going to play into some of the game plan for these anglers. A lot of guys fish up in this area of the river a lot, but the grass growth is really good. I mean, we're out here on this grass flat, kind of between Goose Pond and the river channel. There's a lot of hydrolat. A lot of boats. We've actually two of the boats that you see on live right now are out here on this grass flat. We're just in different areas, and the other boat's actually on the back side of Goose Pond. So we've started, real close to where we took off, and there's a lot of boats on this end of the lake. It'll be interesting to see, throughout the day how that changes or how they spread out. If these boats stay up here, if they start moving around. I know a lot of guys will fish on the lower end of the lake, and they may be glad that we took out of Goose Pond, because they may be thinking a lot of boats will start closer to Goose Pond, with maybe a little bit less traffic on the lower end of the lake. So, a change in where we took off in the lake is probably going to help some, and may not others. It may add a little extra pressure in some areas that if we took out of the state park, the pressure may have been in a different area of the lake. But it'll just be interesting to see how that kind of shakes out throughout the day. Some of these anglers may have stopped out here first thing this morning trying to capitalize on a quick active bite before the sun gets up, and then their game plan for later in the day could be completely different anyway. But that's kind of why we're out here covering it live. These are the things that we don't know yet, but we'll all figure it out, and we get to figure it out along with you guys. So we're all in the same boat at this point. But we have 225 teams of some of the best fishermen you'll find anywhere, and we're on one of the best lakes in the country. So there's going to be a lot of fish catches. There's going to be some good fish caught, and it's the last tournament of the North. A lot's going to be decided after today. There are teams that are fighting for position to make the Alabama Bass Trail Championship at the end of the year. There's teams that are trying to finish in the top 9 to make that Bassmaster Team Championship tournament, and there's teams in that top 4 or 5 or 6 that are really trying to close out strong and be the anglers of the year. And I'm on Greg Lamb and David Powell. They're currently anglers of the year. Sometimes that can be a hard position to be in the last tournament. It's a lot of pressure. Some guys handle the pressure pretty well, some guys don't. But these guys have 2 fish in the boat right now, so it's got to help them a little bit, at least kind of get their day started. I know these guys have a lot of experience on Guntersville, so they should feel pretty comfortable. I know when we interviewed them at the end of the last tournament, they were pretty confident coming to Guntersville. They like the fact that they're going to finish the season here on Guntersville. They like their chances. So we're going to hang with them for a little while and see how that unfolds for them. So if you're watching live, the boat that I'm on is going to be your top right-hand corner, and you can see between me and the boat, there's some areas where this grass is actually topped out. These guys are fishing, it's hydrilla, mostly hydrilla out here. It's 5 to 6 feet predominantly in water, overall water depth, but this grass is either topped out or just under the surface. Yeah, I think weather-wise, I think we're actually making up for how we started the season. We had a lot of cold weather when we started the season, but this is going to be like 3 or 4 tournaments in a row that we've had really good weather. Started off around 60 degrees. I think the high today is 85 to 86. Got a little bit of a breeze out of the north-northwest or northeast.
Guys are over there jawing at each other. We got a backlash in the back of the boat, and they're making sure we got it on camera. So, good thing about ABT Live, we don't miss much. So we get fish catches, we get backlashes, we get it all. So nice to see that a little team action's going and still going on in the front of the boat and having a good time today. All right, backlash is out and back to action now. I guess some guys just don't mind running between the bank and these guys. So, I mean, I know it's a wide open lake, but guys, I'm not trying to get you to talk bad about them, but what was that?
Let's go us in here. I think it makes a bite.
Do you? Okay. Well, they definitely didn't give way in any way, so.
No problem. It's going to happen more and more.
It is. It's already happened a couple times, I know. While we got a little talking going on, tell us what we got in the box, you think, at this point?
5, 4, and just 3 keepers.
Yeah. Got started pretty quick.
Really thought we would catch a lot more numbers than that.
Yeah.
I didn't think we would catch a 5 and 4 in here. I figure the ledge game right now seems to be sort of a boat number deal. And
Okay.
we weren't going to get in on any of the big schools, so we just had to try to find something catch enough to survive.
And they're kind of in that transition still a little bit, right? I mean, they're fish still up shallow, fish out, headed out deep.
Beds that are really fresh.
Really?
Really fresh, like a week or so old. You get up shallow, there's beds everywhere that look like that.
So there truly is still, not dock talk, but truly some fish still on bed. Or just coming off, and
There's some just going on.
yeah. And we pretty much got a grass bite going on here.
There's a lot in the grass. You just gotta weed through some little ones.
Yeah.
Catch a lot. I don't know if you'll catch that 5 or 6 pounder here.
We are still on the team of Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Guys have 5 fish in the box. We got 1 over 5, 1 over 4, and they called them just 3 keepers, which I think there's 1 pushing 3, and the other 2 are right around 2 pounds, if not just a little bit under. I do have one that's probably under 2. Fishing just inside Goose Pond, just right around from takeoff. We got on pad for just a second and went through a no wake, and here we are. I went to work really quick this morning, catching a 5-pounder. I can hear boat numbers still being called. They are boat number 91. Team just shared a minute ago that, you know, they figured that the ledge bite was going to definitely be a boat number draw. So if you had a high boat number, you could get out there and kind of claim your spot. So they felt like they needed to find something a little different because of their boat number being number 91, kind of middle of the pack. They didn't feel like they would have a chance to get on their spot, so they decided to make the run shallow. Said they feel like there are a lot of fish still up shallow, with seeing a lot of fresh fish just coming off bed. So we have heard that the lake tends to be running a little behind the normal June pattern of really ledge fishing. We haven't had a lot of hot weather yet to really pull them out there. So fish are still kind of in that transition mode. So I think today we'll see a lot of fish caught up shallow and a lot of fish caught out on the ledge and a lot of fish caught in between. So it's a lot of teams will be spread out today, but then there'll be some just kind of stacked up on top of each other out there on the ledges more than likely. We did have some company in here this morning, had about 3 boats join us. Those boats have since gone on and to other waters. Damien and Tyler have kind of just staked their ground here and fished around the area, haven't moved a whole lot. They said they thought that they would probably have a few more numbers than they had. They didn't expect to catch a 5-pounder that quick, but they said they'll definitely take it. Using soft plastics, creature baits, have gone through a hard body swim bait, a soft body swim bait, big worm, and a couple of different creature baits. So fishing the grass, fishing shallow, and kind of doing the Guntersville thing. It's been a great morning so far. We do have 2 other teams out on the water. Kenneth is making a run headed south to catch up with some other AOI leaders. We should see a lot of fish catches today. We do have plenty of other cameras out on the water catching for the TV show, but we will bring you live coverage all the way up till close to noon today. So it'll be a great morning here in Guntersville. 225 of the best teams in the country fishing for $10,000 and looking to make that Bassmaster Team Championship and looking to make the ABT Championship. Our live coverage this morning is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. So if you haven't had that second cup of coffee, go ahead and make your second trip to the second cup of coffee. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back to live coverage here in the Alabama Bass Trail North Division.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, Wadawi Marine, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydro Wave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
For all the ways you love to play, Academy Sports and Outdoors makes it easier than ever to get what you need and have fun out there. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at Academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store.
Jack's Big Bologna Breakfast Sandwich is back. There's just more to love with 2 perfectly fried slices of bologna topped with eggs, cheese, and Texas toast for just $3.49. Breakfast made the Southern way. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Buying stale, burnt coffee is like eating hot sushi out of a vending machine. It's just a no-no. Explosion! Cool guys don't look at them. As a veteran-owned and operated company, we take massive pride in giving back. And with your support, we've donated millions to charitable organizations and veterans. Do you have a lightsaber, Lake Jay?
Yeah, I got lights over leg.
When you sign up for our coffee club, you get fast free shipping directly to your door. I'm on a helicopter.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
For all the ways you love to play.
Weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and priced to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Kay Donaldson here in the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio on the banks of Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro at Goose Pond Colony. As you can see, we started really early this morning, and so did the fishing. Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker, they already have a win on the Alabama Bass Trail this year, made their second win. Probably the toughest day that we've ever fished on the Alabama Bass Trail back at Smith Lake. I talked to them a little bit yesterday. They knew that the fish were going to fire early this morning, but I think even they were surprised at the quality of the fish that they caught early. I think their first fish was just over 5 pounds. They currently have between 13 and 14 pounds in the boat. They are unofficial leaders. Jason's been on them all morning. You can see them there on the screen. We have covered Greg Lamb, David Powell. They're your current leaders in the Angler of the Year race. When we left them, they had 2 fish for anywhere, 4 to 5 pounds. We will keep an eye on them throughout the day. I do know that Kenneth has reported he is getting close to Wesley Sams, Jordan Wiggins. They are the second team in the Angler of the Year race, so we will get in with them in just a little bit. We've seen Ashley Peebles and Laddie Cannon. They had 1 fish for 2.5 pounds. Laura Ann covered them. We'll try to catch back up with them. We covered boat number 204, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. They had 1 fish for 2 pounds. So people are catching fish. We have sent Kenneth to one end of the lake. Laura Ann is staying close by here at the ramp. There's lots of people in this general area, so we'll be able to cover quite a few people today. But I think we are going to get back out on the water. Not going to keep you in here too long. I see Jason is still with Damian and Tyler. He talked about this a little bit, and just to understand a little bit about the Alabama Bass Trail, 225 boats, these guys get in a boat number rotation. And so if you don't get in that early rotation in the summer months, it's really hard to get to a spot that maybe you want to fish. So these guys went safe. They knew they could catch fish here. They just didn't know what size. So we're going to get it back out on the water. I think Laura Ann is on a new team. We're going to see who she's with and find out what they have in the box. Laura Ann?
What do you guys do in practice?
We caught a lot in practice, a lot of 2.5, 3 pounders. We didn't catch a lot of real big ones. We've been catching a lot of numbers of fish.
Have you seen a lot of people out on the flats like this?
I've seen more this morning than I have during practice.
During practice?
But everybody just kind of checking and moving. So.
Yeah. Do you plan on doing a lot of moving around today, or do you stay in an area like this for quite a while?
Nah, I had some pretty solid ones in here the other morning pretty quick, so I was going to stay in here a few minutes and see what happens. But after that, we'll be bouncing around a lot.
And what is the bait of choice here? Is it the chatterbaits, Carolina rigs, crankbaits, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, chatterbait. We're just kind of fishing these ditches through here, right on the edges,
Are you keeping that chatterbait on the top of the grass, or are you pulling it through the grass?
Pulling it through, kind of popping
Ripping it?
Yeah, most of them reaction strike.
Fish on. Decided there that one was not the size that they want. So here we are today. We already have a limit. Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker, and trying to get fish a little over 2 pounds at this point. That's probably their smallest fish. I do have one over 5. So got 5 fish in the box. Anything under 2 pounds are probably not going to keep. So I'll fish
pulled up all of them. They got 5 fish for about 15 pounds. And he said 2 of them were right at 2 pounds. So he's got plenty of room to grow, plenty of room to move up. These guys are kind of fishing a shallow flat. They're kind of on the edge of it. There's folks sitting in about 12 feet of water going up in there. I've seen some no grass coming back on their bait. So, the place we were at earlier, it was predominantly middle full. Looks like this is going to be tournament of the season North Division. These guys are second place currently AOI. So they're looking to have a really good finish here and give themselves a chance to win AOI. But certainly, even if that's not attainable, they want to hold on as high as they can. Obviously, they're in a good position for finishing top 9 and make that team championship. These guys have done that several times already. We have not seen them catch fish yet, but we've just been here about 5 minutes. So. This out because I saw it on Damien's boat earlier. Jason was covering, but these guys have a cool on their back deck. Several teams I saw that coming through boat check this morning have that. And basically, what they're doing is they've got ice bags in that extra cooler, and throughout the day they're going to add some ice to these fish in the live wells to help kind of keep the water temperature levels a little bit lower. These guys are going to do everything they can to make sure that when they catch good fish, they're going to stay healthy throughout the day and make their way in without any trouble at all and get released back into the lake after the weigh-in. Grass ledge here is really kind of, we're not far off the river channel itself. So this is an area where the current will flow down into this point. And we've also got some winds coming from this direction as well. So it's a combination of current and wind right now blowing this way. That's probably why the fish were active when these guys. That could help these fish come in today. I can see that today as well. Just kind of swimming it, trying to keep it right and then right at the top of the grass, just kind of let it work itself down. These two casts look like they're kind of out on the edge. When it goes over on top of the grass bed, his retriever more of a, it's popping the jig out of the grass itself. What's
we were pulling up before we were able to get it on live. They caught 2 fish right in front of us, 2 of their 3 keepers that they have right now. So I'm going to stay pretty far off these guys. I want them to be a fishing piece, especially with the extra 2 fishing around this particular area. So I'm not going to interview them for now. I'm just going to stay pretty far off, but we're going to watch them.
Here with Jordan Wiggins, Western Sands. He's kind of fishing a flat here, 10, 12 feet of water, scatterbill grass. Early in the day, we were around some milfoil. That milfoil was growing 5 to 6 feet of water and top of the surface. This hill grass is only about 2 feet tall. Quite a bit different. We've seen earlier today. The team that Jason put on tomorrow, but also kind of similar. So this is something a bit different as we work our way down the lake. That'll continue to be the thing. We'll see some different stuff. Obviously, guys that are actually fishing areas, some of these offshore areas, aren't getting grass at all. A lot of the reason why Guntersville continues to be one of the best lakes in the country year after year. The abundance of grass, the different kind of grass, just gives these fish so many different options. When they come to the spawn site for their garden fry, these fry, live around the grass, it just makes it easier to keep them protected. So more of the fry action ends up growing into quality large now. And it helps the whole food chain. It helps shad, it helps bluegill. So there's plenty of things for large amount of food. Just while we see guys, it's a good year after year. Got 5, he said around 15 pounds. He was quick to tell 2 of them right at 2 pounds apiece. So they have opportunity to really make that weight go up quite a bit. what you're putting in front of these fish. Kind of mix it up a little bit. He's changed the angle. He's kind of moved back across. He's changed his angle of his cast now. Making these adjustments sometimes, you know, when you go for a little while without a fish catch, kind of put you in a position to figure out what it's going to take to get bit. Especially an area you know that keep making these adjustments, figure out what it's going to take. Either get them fired up again or just a different angle, different presentation makes a difference. Looks like we're about to make a move here.
Just a reminder for anyone tuning in, we are with boat number 51, Frankie Russell and Huck Robinson. They have 3 fish for 11 pounds. Right before we pulled up, they caught 2 of their keepers in front of us before we went live, so we got that for TV, and we're still on the shallow flats in the grassy areas. They're currently throwing frogs at the moment, which I'm really excited about. Hopefully we'll get some really good blow-up topwater footage. Just a reminder, we are with Boat 51, Frankie Russell and Huck Robinson, 3 fish for 11 pounds, and they are both throwing frogs right now. We are still right next to the ramp.
Hey guys, what's your boat number? 129. How many y'all got? Just one. Any size? All right, we're both one keeper. Boat 129. Got one small keeper in the box. Just caught one as we pulled up. Looked to be short.
Not a whole lot. We haven't seen a limit yet, but we've only covered 4 boats. So, you being number 4. Did you catch a fish on that frog you were throwing earlier? You caught 2 fish before we pulled up, right?
We are just sitting at the mouth of Goose Pond, just inside the no wake buoys with boat number 129. We did start out this morning with Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. They had 5 fish in the box. When we left them, 1 over 5, 1 over 4, and the rest pushing 2 and 3. So they're looking to make some upgrades this morning. Fishing shallow. Decided that with their boat number draw, they were going to kind of stay away from the ledges because most teams with early boat numbers are probably going to head there. So they decided to fish shallow, stay away from the crowd, and find something all to themselves. And it looks like they do have it all to themselves at this point. They're just around the corner from us. I said earlier in the week they had been catching numbers there, not super good quality, but today they started out with a 5-pounder, which is good to have in the box, especially when the boat numbers are still being called as boats are taking off. They got a 5-pounder in the box. That's a great way to start the morning. We are working our way out of Goose Pond, stopping on a couple boats as we head our way. I do see about 3 boats between me and the main channel, so teams had shared earlier in the week that the fish seem to be in a transition mode from shallow headed deep. A lot of teams, I think today, as we've said earlier, will spend a lot of time out on the ledges, fishing the grass, waiting for good current. Teams will be up shallow and teams will be everything in between. So provides the whole lake an opportunity for teams to spread out a little bit today, hopefully. We do have a lot of teams down south in Guntersville proper, or we are up here at Goose Pond Landing, Scottsboro, where we blasted off this morning 225 boats for the final stop on Guntersville for the North Division. We have stopped on your points leaders today. Well, let's catch up with Kenneth, who is at this point caught up with our 3rd place AOI leaders, looking to make a move today and make up.
See you.
We're starting to work our way down the lake. We've been able to follow the leaders of AOI coming in. We just left 2nd place, and now we're coming up on 3rd place. It's Luke, Kyle, Arch, Cornett. And kind of down in the mouth of Seabowl Creek. Just pulling up on them now, so I've not had a chance to find out how they've done so far this morning. but another team that's had a solid year. All three teams, or the two teams we've left and this team now, have all had a really good year. It takes that in order to be in the top 5, top 10 ABT by the time you get to the last term of the year. And it's not going to stop now. These guys are going to have to catch them again today in order to finish well. See Arch down in the boat retying now. Hey guys, how's your morning going so far?
Kind of slow so far.
Okay, what you got in live well now?
I got 4 little ones.
Okay, 4 little ones.
Yeah.
Give us an idea of what you're fishing here.
We're just fishing the river channel edge here, just kind of working down it a little bit.
Okay.
You can see there's a few fish down there. You can see not firing, so none of ours have really fired so far.
Okay. So he's telling us he can see fish down there. He knows they're down there. They just hadn't really fired. He said most of what they've seen have been some spots. So sometimes these spots kind of move in these river ledge areas and they kind of come in groups, and sometimes a largemouth will kind of get out of the way, and then once those spots move out, eventually a group of largemouth will move in. We mentioned earlier when we were talking to Greg Lamb that this time of year on Guntersville, sometimes it takes patience. You gotta believe and trust in the areas that you're fishing. Have a little patience. Sometimes you're working around other boats. Times you have to really be patient today to get through the day without getting messed up mentally. You don't want to get spun out in this tournament. Had a bite there, swing and a miss. So Luke's pretty much been dragging a bait on the bottom. So pretty heavy bait, dragging it pretty quick. And now Arch was tied on a crate bait, so now he's up there. So once again, we see this a lot. A lot of these teams do well. 2 guys in the boat doing 2 different techniques, trying to make sure they cover all bases and give themselves the opportunity to catch as many fish as they can in an area. I mentioned earlier that as we move our way down the lake, we'll see some ledges that aren't necessarily grass. There's other things, and this is an area here. There's a little bit of scattered grass, but this is mostly going to be isolated stumps and brush piles. There's a couple of areas through here that actually there's some rock piles. So you don't always have to target just grass when you come to Guntersville. especially this time of year. It seems like when these fish get post-spawn, they get finished with spawn, they really get out. They'll almost get as deep as they'll be all year long. And as that grass continues to grow and gets thicker, once we get towards the middle of summer, these fish tend to go back into that grass. Oxygen levels get a lot better, but you know, being in the month of June, these fish can really be almost like some of the deepest areas they'll be all year long. The other thing we've noticed as we come down here, and you can't see it because I'm actually, the view you're seeing is going back upriver, but downriver from here, there's actually fog that was on the lake. It's slowly starting to lift, but it looks like a pretty heavy fog that was on the lake. So where it's been clear up around Goose Pond, these guys that ran down here first thing this morning, once they got around the state park, they hit some pretty good fog. It's still kind of hanging around.
Brush pile right there, they won't bite.
Will current, certain levels of current make a difference on this area?
Absolutely, it'll help. It'll stack them up behind it and around it in it. The difference today and the last few days this week too is a little less current today.
Right. And that tends to kind of fluctuate throughout the day as well. Do you know what the schedule's going to be like throughout the day?
They said only, this morning when I looked, I think it said 28,000, so it was
Okay.
average. So.
Right.
We'll see. We'll give it a couple more minutes and we're going to make a move.
How many different places do you think you'll end up fishing throughout the day?
20, 30.
Okay, it's quite a few then. You know, Arch told us just a few minutes ago there's a brush pile down there, not getting bit in a brush pile. He just said he's going to give it a few more casts and he's going to move on. He's got 20 to 30 different places he's going to stop throughout the day. That can be kind of a key, kind of a run and gun deal. You pull up on an area, you try to get these fish to fire. If they don't fire, you move to another one. And you hope that 2 or 3 or 4 of those places that you stop on, they actually do fire and you get what you need in a hurry. I gotta say, that is one good looking Phoenix boat. Galaxy Mist with some purple pins. As my buddy CB would say, that's just sexy. See Luke shaking his head. He's in the juice, what you call the juice. He's in the prime area. He's just surprised he's not getting bit. These offshore places can do that to you, though. You can pull up on them at the right time, and it's like there's 100 fish down there, and you pull up in the wrong time, and it's like there's not a fish anywhere around. He keeps looking down at his live scope there, so he told us when we first pulled up here, he can see them down there. They're just not going to bite. And Arch said it's a brush pile, a main brush pile down there that they're kind of keying on, so you can see that with the live scope as well. Just gone a little bit more of a finesse approach, so kind of his last ditch effort, I think, for this area. Well, I mentioned it earlier, but it's been a great morning weather-wise so far. I think we're still sitting around 65 degrees. We started off about 60. Water temp's about 78. That should be pretty consistent throughout most of the lake today. And I think the high today is like 85 to 86. Light winds expected most of the day. But I can tell it's definitely lower humidity. I've been a little bit cool first thing this morning running, which is a nice thing this time of year. So really can't ask for anything better. I think we're making up for some of those cold days we had when the season started. And next week when we go to Eufaula, it could be a completely different story. Maybe really hot and humid down there.
Hey Kenneth, I see that you are with Luke Howell Arch Cornett. They're currently sitting in third place. I mean, you've kind of been busy morning, pretty active. You've been on the first three teams in the Angler of the Year race. What do you think's going through their mind right now? I mean, is Angler of the Year in their mind? Is the win on their mind? I mean, you fish these events, you know how they work.
Okay, you know, there's a lot of pressure. We see pressure, and these guys are about to leave this spot now. We see this lots of mornings as these guys come through boat check. We already see the pressure on their minds. They're thinking about it. Being the last event, it's their last chance. And these guys also know that you can't have a bad tournament. So just because it's the last event doesn't mean you can kind of ease up. You've had really good tournaments to get here, but you have to have another one to finish it out. So I can't really sense pressure yet, but we're still early in the day. And these guys keep kind of struggling a little bit slower than they expect as they get later on in the day. That will start to change. So, probably around noon, that pressure is really going to start eating these guys. But the teams that can kind of put that away and not think about it and just forget about it and continue to fish will be the ones that will take advantage of the opportunity. You know, Guntersville's a great lake to finish the year on because it's so big. These teams have options. I started to say they can spread out, but we'll see throughout the day. There will be certain areas that have a lot of boats, but they still have options. And with the grass, the different cover, the fact that there's some fish shallow, there's some fish way out deep, just having the variety really helps these teams. They can really alternate what they're doing. If they're struggling, they can really change up what they're doing, or they can completely flip the lake and go to a different area of the lake. To me, that's kind of a comfort as an angler. So if I'm struggling throughout the day, I can make a major change and at least mentally maybe kind of recharge or get myself back into the game.
You're right. I mean, we saw the guys come through, and when you look at people like you've been following Jordan Wiggins, Wesley Sims, both of those guys have an Angler of the Year with another partner. They've won the championship on the Alabama Bass Trail. They've won the Bass Team Championship. They should have the mindset of they've been here before, they've done this before, but I do think that is something they definitely want as an Angler of the Year together. They certainly want to make it back to that Bassmaster Team Championship. So you've got that team. I know you just covered Luke, Kyle, Arch Cornett. You know, they fished with us a long time. They've been in the top 9 a couple of times already. You would think that, okay, they have that mindset that they have to continue and push forward. But I mean, if I'm Greg Lamb, David Powell, I don't want Jordan Wiggins and Wesley Sims in my rearview mirror, that's for sure.
You know, that's true, Kay, but if you really think about it, it doesn't matter who's in the rearview mirror. They're hammers. I mean, they're whoever they are, they're going to be good. I mean, they're you know, you mentioned Greg and David, they're first, but whoever's second, regardless of what the name is, they're really good fishermen. Third's the same way, fourth the same way, fifth's the same way. So you can't let up. The other thing is, if these guys are really thinking about that when they're on the water today, they're probably going to hurt themselves. You really have to put all that, now that they're on the water, the boat's on the water, it's time to really execute and develop your game plan throughout the day. You're going to have to make changes anyway. You can't be thinking about that. You really need to be focused on just what you're doing on the deck of your boat right now. Make sure you're making the right cast. Make sure you're pulling through the grass at the right way where you're not getting too hung up. You're increasing your odds of getting bit on every cast, and then when you do get the bite, you capitalize on it and get that fish to the boat. We know we've seen some teams already catch fish today. There's a lot of teams we haven't even seen. So as we continue with this live coverage and see more teams on the water, and then we finally get to weigh-ins, it's going to start unfolding, and we'll see the story and how it really turns out. But I mean, it's going to be exciting. However it turns out, it's going to be exciting.
Kenneth, we're going to let you get started and find another team. I know Laura Ann is chasing another team that's in that top 9. She's pulled up on them now. Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese. They've won an Angler of the Year. They've got a win on the Alabama Bass Trail. They certainly want to make it back to Lake Hartwell. So we're going to get back out on the water. Let's check out what Laura Ann, see if she has had time to talk to these guys. What do they do and how much do they have in the box, Laura Ann?
All right, Kay, we've got boat number 146, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. They are currently 8th in Angler of the Year points, and they have 5 fish for about 14 pounds right now. Did you guys get a chance to practice?
Did we have a good practice?
Did you get a chance to practice?
Oh yeah, we practiced Thursday and Friday. We spent time up here, obviously, and down lake as well. We found some fish down lake. Schools that were hard to get to bite, but it had some big fish in it. But the problem is it was very secretive.
Yeah.
We were boat 146, so
right.
We found enough up here. We're hoping that we don't have to go down there. We're definitely not there yet, but we're hoping we got enough bites up here to make it stay. We don't have them. We can't get up around 8 or 9 pounds. About 11, 12, we may run down that way and see if we can get on.
Well, based off of how practice went, how much weight do you expect to bring into the scale today?
I don't know. It's Guntersville. I think we were in separate boats yesterday, but between the two of us, we'd have had well over 20 pounds.
Yeah.
And we started here this morning. There's a bunch more hill grass than there is now. We caught a limit 3 weeks ago. But yesterday, went over 5, come on, 4.5. I could see a bunch of them up there. couldn't move, and then the eelgrass, it was awful. It's cleared out some now, but I'm worried that the only way we've been able to get some of these fish to bite is with jacks like a dirt bait. You can't throw a crankbait because there's too much grass on the bottom and it falls down, but we've been able to react to a dirt bait. But about this time of the morning every day, it seems like the dirt bait bite is going to die. So we were hoping to have more by this time, but we've got, I will just 14 or something. We've got one close to 4, and 3 smallest, like a 2-pounder. So we can catch just a couple big ones, a couple 5 or 6 pounders. We'll feel pretty good. Our goal, we just need to finish high enough to stay in the top 9 in points so we can go to the team championship. I think we're tied for 8th right now. We figured coming in if we could get 17, probably 18 pounds, we feel like it'd probably be enough. But we obviously want to win, but we definitely want to make that happen too.
Well, how much do you think it'll take to win today?
Oh, it's going to mid-20s at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say mid-20s for sure.
As far as the status of the whole lake, do you think from 1 to 10, how well is Guntersville fishing right now with all of this pressure?
Fishing as good as anywhere in the country can.
Yeah.
With this much pressure. I mean, this lake's phenomenal. It's on the way back up. We had a few years there that it seemed like it was kind of a bad cycle, but it's fishing good. To have the number of boats that are out here, it's definitely fishing pretty well. Now, I do think that could hurt the weight some. I think it'll hurt the overall weight. I still think you'll see a big match there.
Right.
And I think it could hurt check range. I think the check range could be a little lower. I hope so right now with what we got, but I feel like it could just because of everybody, cannibalizing each other really.
Right. I feel like Guntersville is a whole nother animal because it just gets so much pressure in traffic and tournaments over time that these fish really know how to spot a lure versus real forage. I was wondering that when you pulled it out. I was like, okay.
I didn't want to get it out, but this week I haven't been able to get me any bites. Big shaky head, big worm, jig. It's just, I've got, it broke me off.
I could see when you first leaned into him the weight and then the break.
It felt good. I don't know how big it was, but it did feel a little bit.
What pound fluorocarbon is that?
7.
Ooh, you were...
I might pull it a little hard. It felt good. When you bit it, it was just like boom, it went slack. That's usually
a big one.
That's usually a good one, so that's not good. And they're up here. I mean, on Pan Optics, which Pan Optics is Garmin, and Pan Optics is amazing what it's done. I mean, there's fish scattered from, all the way up this ledge, and there's good ones. But we're not going to do any good doing that.
I feel like you've got to have that Garmin Pan Optics to do well on this lake.
You do. It's crazy. So when I first got it, I went crappie fishing. I don't really crappie fish, but I felt like that was the best way to learn it. And I did that the winter I got it, got comfortable with it, and ever since, I'll say this, it's a great tool, but it can absolutely bury you if you let it. Especially out here, let's just in the past we would idle over them, and you mark a waypoint, and then you would cast at them. You had no clue what was up there. Well, now I've found that what happens is I'll be too worried about looking up there to see if I can see them. And a lot of times, especially on current lake, you're not going to see them. They're going to be so tight to the bottom that they'll just barely be there. And I think it gets you in your head thinking, that they've moved or whatever, when in reality they're still there. It causes me to see myself up some. But at the end of the day, it's a great tool. It's a great tool for sure. We've used it all year. We've had all our best events, but it has definitely played a role for us. Caught every fish at Smith, watched them eat it everyone they caught.
Jonathan, what pound fluorocarbon do you got back there?
I'm throwing
8?
8.
A little better.
All right.
But we hadn't caught any about 2 hours.
Hadn't caught any about 2 hours,
First
but
place we stopped on took us about 20 minutes this morning. It's a pretty good bag. Moved around 2 or 3 times since then. And
yeah.
haven't been able to get on anything else.
We got 18 pounds right here?
No, on our first stop.
Okay.
We haven't had a fight here yet, but we're just still moving around.
Yeah.
Figure out where the fish moved to. Fish seemed to be a lot shallower first thing this morning. It was really easy to catch a limit pretty quick. The bowl a couple of times. But since then, it's been really slow.
All right, well, we are with Robinson, and Robinson got about 18 pounds. Made a couple stops this morning. Still trying to figure them out. We are out here on the river ledge. Throwing the old ball and chain. You know, a lot of people do. They say, I hate it, but they, you know, they like it. You know, we've heard some fish catching for sure. It's the best thing about live is we get them live. How was practice? Yeah. Most of the stuff.
Everybody's going to catch fish today.
Yeah.
It's hard to catch fish. The key we found in practice is just finding somewhere to catch the quality fish.
Yeah.
I've really only got about 4 or 5 places that I feel like I can catch the quality fish. So that's going to be our struggle today. Is whether we get on those 4 or 5 places.
Yeah.
Whether those quality fish will still be there and bite.
What boat number were y'all this morning?
Boat number 14.
14. So y'all kind of had a good chance to pick the one you wanted to start on.
I had 2 places close together that had a lot of fish on them. I knew I was probably going to get one of those fish.
Good.
As soon as we pulled in there, it was just stood non-stop there for 20 minutes.
Wow.
Lost one really big one. Had a couple of 4-pounders.
Well, that's definitely a good start to the day.
Yeah, we just need to upgrade. We still got a lot of time, but the bite in practice that I saw every day from about 9 to about 1 o'clock, it kind of died for about 4 hours. And somewhere right after lunch, they started feeding again.
Okay.
So that last flight, the last part of the flight today, I think will do really well later today if they can stay with it. fishing holes, but we don't get to really enjoy that afternoon bite. We weigh in at 2. So, as soon as that kind of feeding window starts, we're going to probably start thinking about heading in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, earlier when you were talking, this guy up here, I don't know who it is, but apparently he had on a really big fish and it came off. Yeah. Really? Do you have one that's like really big? 4? Let me know if I need to go this way. Okay.
sitting on Robinson with about 18 pounds, sitting on the river ledge. Probably their second or third stop. They said they had a good start to the morning. Had a little flurry there. Had an early boat draw, so they felt like they had two spots they could get on pretty easy. And they were close together, and they did get on one of them and said, you know, caught a bunch of fish pretty quick to upgrade to that 18 pounds or so. And made the move down here, downriver just a little bit. Still fishing the river ledge, throwing a Carolina rig. Just slow dragging. Said the bite was good early, and then it's slowed during the day, and then it kicks back up a little bit after lunch. So they got to weigh in that first flight, so they may miss this afternoon bite. I'm sure they're going to try to stick it out as long as they can, catch that advantage. Said some of those later flight teams may have a chance to capitalize on that later bite. But like we said, teams will be mixing it up, shallow and deep. We started out this morning on a team that's fishing shallow, caught a 5-pounder really quick. Continued to catch fish in the area in the shallow grass. That was a team of Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. They were in the area, and we stayed in the area, and we left. There were a couple other boats fishing on the way out, and that is in the back of Goose Pond. And we made our way out to the main river, and let's just say it was a lot of company out there fishing that grass edge on the main river. So as I look around and kind of scan the lake now, I can see a lot of boats off in the distance. We pass a lot of boats to make our way down here. It looks like a lot of teams have decided to pull out here to the river ledge, and you know, some of those guys are 10 boats sitting on one little spot, learning to share the area and hopefully capitalize on it together. The key today is going to be able to find some fish that maybe nobody else has kind of ran through. That's why that boat number draw was pretty important. Like Robinson had an early boat draw, and they were able to pick their spot, and they got on it and caught their fish, and now we're looking to make that upgrade.
Pretty sure we put 100 Stephen McAvoy, Josh Butts. We're in the Spring Creek area now. These guys are fishing boat docks. This is something really different than what we've seen so far today. Just getting all these guys, so we haven't had a chance to see what they've caught. But we'll do that here shortly. I don't know that they know that I'm here. I may scare him when I say something to him. How's it going so far today?
Not good.
Come on now. What you got in the live well? Nothing. Now that surprises me from you.
It surprised me that our schools literally left.
Wow.
Yesterday they started leaving. I don't know if it's because of pressure or what.
Were these offshore schools?
Yeah.
So you've started changing up then. You're fishing docks now. Is that?
We're just trying to get one in the box right now and then
right.
Go from there. See what lives up here. It's kind of old. Just kind of get one or two in the box and then go from there. Which, we just pecking around too. We're just getting bid like midday.
Right.
Pretty much like 11, 10 to 12.
Now, you think some of those offshore places you can go back to later in the day and make a difference? You think they're completely done?
Maybe. It's like they completely disappeared.
Wow.
We idled around looking for them this morning. It's like they're gone. Completely gone. We checked one that didn't leave yesterday, and they were still on it pretty good. There wasn't but like a couple of fish on there.
Yep. You know, we see that a lot fishing tournaments. You know, come tournament day, things can be completely different than what you expect. You have to be able to have the mindset of when what you think is going to work doesn't work. You got to be able to mix it up, make changes. You can't let it just completely spin you out or stay in an area where you can't get bit. You got to change it up and give yourself an opportunity. These guys have completely changed from offshore fishing docks now. He said they're hoping to just get a few fish in the boat, kind of settle them down a little bit, and maybe they can either go look for more offshore places or maybe go back to some of those places and hope that the fish have reloaded on them. But being able to make changes or go with the flow throughout the day is really key in being successful. Hook set. Maybe a pretty good one here under this dock. That was a old Denny Brower move there. And so that's kind of what he was talking about. He said they've struggled today. The offshore places that they hit, the fish weren't there. They're leaving. They come in here around these boat docks, just hoping to get a few fish in the live well, just kind of calm themselves. And this is the second boat dock that we've seen them fish, and he catches a good one underneath the dock. You got to be able to keep an open mind during these tournaments. He's adding G-Juice there now to his live well. You have to be able to keep an open mind during tournament day and be willing to make changes and adjustments. That's exactly what you talked about. You said you came in here to try to get a few fish in the boat. There's number one. So you know your backup plan or try to make an adjustment is starting to work out for you.
Now it's all about, we fished 5 docks, so now it's all about slowing down, maybe trying to get a limit and then going and looking for those offshore fish after that and try to pull up. But sometimes if they're on one dock, if one's on it, like Guntersville, sometimes there'll be 2 or 3 on it.
Right.
So, yeah, it won't be one up shallow, but you know, at least you can get a win.
You know, he just told us he didn't think this tournament could be won off docks, you know, shallow water like this. But if they can get 3 or 4 fish in the boat, you know, quality fish, then and then move offshore or make an adjustment this afternoon. If you catch a couple of really good ones, 5 or 6s, then all of a sudden having these 2 to 3 pound fish already in the live well can really make a difference. So this is not a wasted effort. It's getting them on the board, it's getting their confidence level back up. If they can catch 2 or 3 more doing that, then it kind of frees them up to be able to search more places, more offshore places, either find new places or roll up on some of the ones that they had that the fish weren't there this morning. Maybe roll up on them, and the timing is better and gives them a chance to get bit. But you know, there's not a lot of guys fishing docks right now, so these fish are less pressured. So it is kind of a good way to clear their mind, kind of slow down, you know, focus on the docks, get a couple of fish in a boat, and then worry about the rest of the day.
Nice one. Update everyone, we're with boat number 95, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall. When I initially pulled up, they had 3 fish for 5 pounds, and now it looks like they have 4 fish for, I'm assuming, 7.5 pounds. Oh, hold that up one more time, I'm gonna take a picture. Nice. What did you catch that one on? What did you catch that one on? Jerkbait?
Yeah, just trying to work our way down the lake. Just trying to work our way down the lake.
These guys have caught, I think, 4 fish since we first pulled up with Nolan. And that was their 4th, so they've been getting pretty consistent bites. Just a refresher for anyone tuning in, we were with Nolan earlier, and he is right down from us, probably a minute's drive. And he was throwing a jerkbait too, so this seems to be the choice bait for this area.
Had one hooked up and came off.
And we're expected to have a high of 84 today at some point.
Already know that answer? All right. Yep, I think we got what we need here.
Just an update for anyone just now tuning in. We're with boat 95, Eugene Hall and Patrick Hall, and they have 4 fish for about 7.5 pounds. I'm jealous. I'm thirsty. Take another sip of it. I'm gonna.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama at Goose Pond Colony. We have covered roughly 12 to 15 teams already this morning, with Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson currently being our unofficial leaders with 18 pounds, 5 fish for 18 pounds. Tyler Kiker, Damian Willis, they had 5 fish for just over 14 pounds when we left them a little bit ago. Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese, inside that top 9 right now. They had 5 fish for 14 pounds. I talked to those guys yesterday, and they really felt like that they needed upwards of 16 to 20 pounds to stay in that top 9. So we're gonna get back out on the water soon. We're gonna let our guys reposition, get in different areas of the lake, try to get more teams. Hopefully your favorite angler will be on next. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Thank you for watching Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee. We'll be right back.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is sponsored by AmFirst Federal Credit Union, Fish Alabama, Mountain Dew, by Jax, and by Alabama State Parks. Live coverage continues right after this.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion! The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
For all the ways you love to play, Academy Sports and Outdoors makes it easier than ever to get what you need and have fun out there. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store.
Jack's Big Bologna Breakfast Sandwich is back. There's just more to love with 2 perfectly fried slices of bologna topped with eggs, cheese, and Texas toast for just $3.49. Breakfast made the Southern way. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Buying stale, burnt coffee is like eating hot sushi out of a vending machine. It's just a no-no. An explosion. Cool guys don't look at them. As a veteran-owned and operated company, we take massive pride in giving back. And with your support, we've donated millions to charitable organizations and veterans. Do you have a lightsaber leg, Jay?
Yeah, I got a lightsaber leg.
When you sign up for our coffee club, you get fast free shipping directly to your door. I'm on a helicopter.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail studio here on the banks of Lake Guntersville. Just about to transfer over from my Black Rifle coffee to my Mountain Dew today. It's about that time, but Before we get back out on the water, I just want to remind you the weigh-in does start at 2 o'clock today. 225 teams registered for this event. 206 teams blasted off this morning. To only lose 19 teams at the last event of the year is pretty spectacular, actually, with gas prices the way they are. So thanks to those guys that showed up this morning, getting in the water early, getting blasted off. It was a beautiful blast off, very smooth this morning. Appreciate that. If you're coming out to Goose Pond today for the weigh-in, please bring your lawn chairs. There's no bleacher seating here, and you might want to bring your umbrella. It's going to be full sun out there today, so make sure that you bring your umbrellas and your lawn chairs. We would love to see you out there today. As we left, our unofficial leaders would be Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. They're boat number 14. They're in that first flight. They're going to have to come in a little bit early today, so we'll see if they can upgrade throughout the day. But we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water. I think Jason's on a new team, and let's see who he's with and what they have in the box. Jason?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Kay. I have pulled up on the team of what you would normally recognize as the team of Tim Hurst and Mark McKegg, but Mark McKegg's not here today, and we got Guntersville Lake well-known Derek Rimmets fishing at the front of the boat today. The guy's got about 16.5 pounds. Pulled up on them early and they made a run down here, still on the main river, fishing the backside of a grass flat here. So good, off to a good start with about 16.5 pounds. So looking to make an upgrade today. Tim, I know you're not used to fishing with Derek, but how is it going?
Hit a few places this morning. We ain't caught really fast. Got one here, one there.
Kind of pick them up.
We caught some on crankbait, some on top water, some flipping. So just hitting a lot of places. We didn't figure we wanted to go out here and fight with guys on the edges.
Yeah.
Just try to do it a different way.
Try to fight with them, you know, not at the same time, right?
Yeah, Derek, he looks at it the same way me and Mark do. We like catching them out there, but we're not going to get out there with the crowd. Boat 166.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to beat boat 166 and say this is my spot, isn't it? Derek, Guntersville's been fishing pretty good lately. Kind of seems to be tracking a little bit behind normal, but we need some hot weather, I think, to keep them out there, right?
Yeah, well, it's just getting to be that time of year. You know, they're leaving. But offshore guys so short-lived anymore these days. They used to live out here, but they can't because everybody's out looking for them before they get there. They feel like they group up. But it's just I don't doubt somebody's gonna win it offshore right now, but there'll be more 20-pound bass caught in grass than there'll be offshore.
Yeah.
Wet lake fishing. As long as they're kind of on a rebound right now. Seeing a couple good years spawns, two good spawns in a row. You're seeing a lot more 3-4 pound fish.
Yeah.
What boat number are y'all? Okay.
Electronics that help guys come out here and bang on their heads, so it's kind of made them move, keeps them scattered. Yes. No more hidden spots anymore.
Alright guys, I'm with boat number 212, Michael Stevens Jr. and Toby Beach. Now we just pulled up on these guys and they kind of finished. We have not had time to get an update on how much weight they have, but I'm about to get back here soon.
So we're on your upper right-hand corner if you're looking at the screen. This is boat 145 Traceman on Daniel Smith. We've just pulled up on them, and as we were coming up on them, they catch a keeper. They put them in live well. They did not cull, so I don't know how many fish they have yet. They kind of out them across the ledge and turn around and started fishing, so I'm being careful not to get too far up on the ledge. I'm gonna kind of come around the side of them. But hopefully I get close enough to get a better idea of what they have. They've just pulled up in this area. We were actually in Spring Creek, and they were going to be the next boat that I went to there, and they were coming out of the creek as we were leaving there. So, and just following them down here. We're in the Browns Creek area. We're not on the Browns Creek side of the causeway. We're still on the main Riverside Causeway. It's a ledge. It's a creek channel that comes in here and kind of winds through and creates a ledge here. Pretty well known area. There's been a boat idling around looking. There's another boat back here behind me that's kind of fishing another side of the ledge. You know, a lot of these places really aren't secrets. They're kind of electronics people run these days, and the mapping cards that we have, like the Navionics cards. These areas are well marked, but you just have to kind of rotate through them and hope that you come at the right time and go through an area at a time when there's not a boat sitting on it. Maybe hope that a boat hadn't been there for a while and kind of get it just right and catch fish. A lot of floating eelgrass down here in the lower end of the lake. Trey's throwing the crankbait. You see him kind of kneeling down, sticks a rod in the water.
How many fish do y'all have right now?
That allows that bait to get a little bit deeper, a little bit quicker.
For about how much? I'm pretty familiar with this area. I don't think there's grass where he's fishing, but you see him kind of slinging grass on his bait every cast. That's the floating grass as he's bringing his boat back into the boat. Bringing the bait back to the boat. Your line kind of grabs the grass that's floating on the surface and ends up collecting once your bait gets to it. And you hear a lot of people talk about the frustration of some areas you can't hardly fish because there's so much eelgrass floating around. It can really be frustrating if you let it get to you because it's part of your cast is not very effective. You kind of have to work through it, not give up on it, and still fish your area. And they've already caught one fish here, so you just try to get as effective and fast of a cast as you can, and not let it bother you.
think the last time we saw these two guys on live, we were at Weiss Lake and they were set up on a bedfish. Been set up for a while. Probably see there's no wind.
How y'all doing?
We're doing good. What you got in live well now?
We got one good one. I think it's about 5 pounds, and we got the one we just caught was about 3.5, I think.
Okay.
And then we got a small limit. We've been running around like crazy, just trying to find somewhere to fish. There's people stacked on everything. And
right.
We were kind of a later boat number, so we just kind of run around and idle new schools. We lost one 4-pounder on a DT20, but it's still early. They don't really get out here good. It's about lunch. So
right.
We said anything before lunch is a bonus. So
okay. Well, you got your bonus for sure.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So that fish we did see him catch was about 3.5 pounder, and it did finish out their limit. So it's got a 5, 3.5, and then keepers. And Jason, I think you're still upriver close to the Scottsboro area. We're down the lake at kind of the mouth of Browns Creek where it hits the river channel. And there's a lot of places, offshore places down here that are very well known, but everyone kind of knows it. So a lot of the guys are trying to get on the same places. And like Trey said, they're just kind of running around, finally finding one that doesn't have a boat on it and stopping and fishing. So I'm sure that's going to kind of be the pattern for the rest of the day, is just keep moving around. Trey's hooked up here. Got it in the boat. See if this will help him cool a little bit. So the first thing he did, I heard him count. He was making sure he did have 5. You want to always double check that. You see, he's on coil tags. So now he's going to figure out there's 2 in there that are obviously bigger. So he'll pull those out and separate them. He'll get down to what he thinks. And now he's got a coaling beam. He's putting what he thinks is the 2 smallest fish to figure out exactly. Well, those were really close. So now both of those fish that he put on a coiling beam were 2 that he already had in his live well. So the fish he just caught was at least bigger than the 2 smallest he had in there. So he definitely helped himself with that coil. And these guys didn't take very long doing that. You know, at this time of year especially, you want to make sure that you try to get through that coiling process as quick as you can. Hey, as long as you're going up, that's what counts.
What boat number are you? Okay.
It's aggravating when you know where you can go catch them, but you can't get on nothing because there's 5 boats.
All right, guys, we're with boat 76. I'm trying to figure out
We
who
just
that is right
we
now.
decided we wasn't going to
76,
join the
Timothy
crowd. We
Baker
was just
and
going to
Ben
leave them
Perkins.
alone. We'll go find
How many
somewhere
fish do y'all
else.
have? None? That's got to be messing with you. Just for reference, guys, just for reference, we're next to waterfront and we're downriver on the right side. So really popular stretch. What do you think it is? Time of day? High pressure? Yeah. How did you do in practice? Did you have a lot of time to practice? I feel like on Guntersville, having a lot of practice time is essential. We have had that happen a lot today, actually. We did that with like 3 other teams too.
catch one out of the grass there. Derek brought one to the boat, but just not big enough to make an upgrade. So Tim quickly puts it on the scales and releases it. You'll notice these guys will weigh fish from time to time to know exactly what they have. It helps them in the culling process to speed it up, not having to guess at what they weigh. You'll see, as we saw earlier with Kenneth, guys will put it on the balance board there and weigh them out that way as well. The heaviest one. The guys will drop it on the scale. That way they kind of know what their weight really is throughout the day. That's why Tim said we got about 16.5 pounds because he's weighed them all. close to halfway here, and we're down on the south end of the lake. That's kind of what you're happy to see guys do anything.
Yes, Jason, the good thing about Guntersville is you can do a lot of different things, especially this time of year. You know, there's some times of year we see certain areas of the lake kind of outproduce others, but this time of year, this tournament could be won throughout, or just about anywhere in the lake. So we've made our way down here, down the lake now, and it's quite a bit different. I've seen what your guys are doing, and we kind of started up there, have an idea. It's more shallower grass. I even see some topped out grass on the screen there, but these guys are fishing offshore ledges. These are offshore places that don't really have any grass. Some places do have grass. This particular one doesn't. There's scatter stumps in some places. Some of these places have rocks, but you don't have to fish grass in order to do well in Guntersville. There are other options. These guys have been sitting in this one spot. They've caught 2 here since we've been here. They've had a couple more strikes that they've swung on and missed. These guys have done a really good job of alternating baits. They make a few casts with a certain type bait, put that down and pick up something else. The 2 fish they caught, I think the first one was on the crankbait, the second was on the swim bait. I'm seeing a shaky head worm and a spoon now, so they've really mixed it up quite a bit. Even though they're throwing to the same place, you kind of mix it up and hope that you get those fish to trigger on something that you hadn't thrown yet. You know, he says there's a lot of places that they would like to fish down here that already has boats sitting on them. So they've had the game plan of just trying to find a place that do not have boats.
That end of the lake's pretty crowded. And as well as this end of the lake, we see a lot of teams fishing some of the same stuff on both ends. We haven't talked much about the bridges today. Have you seen any teams fishing the bridges? You know, Guntersville's been one many years. Bassmaster Classics have been one here on the bridges. I know it's a different time of year, but have you seen any guys fishing bridges today?
And when we went back into Spring Creek, the first bridge that you go under getting into Spring Creek, there were 2 boats there. That's the only bridge that I've really been close enough to tell. I can see the bridge here at Browns Creek from here, but I'm so far off. There is a boat that I can see out in front of it, but I can't tell what kind of boat it is from here. The bridges get so much pressure. A lot of these guys don't really want to mess with the tournament.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. People kind of know those spots because Bassmaster Classic champs have made them super popular. It seems year after year, people can still catch them there, but I think the weekday fishermen and every other weekend
these guys are getting ready to make a move here. Find another spot that does not already have a boat sitting on it.
Season starts. If you need to use that alternate, you can use them at any event, but you have to name the alternate before on Thursday. Let them know who's fishing, and then they can fish that one event. Keeps your points. They have so Derek Grimmets and Tim Hurst have 16.5 pounds. They just caught one a few minutes ago. It wasn't big enough to keep weight-wise, so they quickly released it back to the water. Fishing a grass flat here on the backside of the main river channel as you head south out of Goose Pond. Kind of fishing it fast. They said this morning they bounced around a bunch of spots. Called, basically just kind of caught them here and there. Through a crankbait, through a jig, through some soft plastics, and just kind of worked their way around. They said they did not want to spend the time today fighting out on the ledges with the crowds, and they wanted to kind of take a different approach. They have taken that different approach and fished some water all to themselves today. We currently sit, it's 9:32 in the morning. We bounced around in a bunch of different teams, saw some good limits today. So far, we started this morning right away. A 5-pound fish catch before blast off was even completed. Damian Willis and Tyler Kiper. Kenneth is all the way down the lake towards the Browns Creek area. Lorianne is between me. You'll have to take me offline to fix it.
Just a reminder for those just now tuning in, we're with boat number 90, Jeff Hubel. They have 3 fish for about 11 pounds, and they said they have 2 fish that are around the 5-pound range, so they have 2 pretty good fish in the live well. Location-wise, we are downriver. So guys, for an area like this, I've noticed like you like to sit and like make similar casts over and over. Do you think fish are moving and coming in and out of this area, or do you think that they kind of hold in the similar area and like stay there?
Well, they get in these old grass mats at the front side of this, called shell bed.
Mm-hmm.
Shells all out here, make like a ledge. Then they come out, they get on this ledge on the day. You just gotta catch them when they're there.
Mm-hmm. And they just kind of coast around, and then they'll like come over this grass occasionally and then come back out.
Yeah, they're here, it's just inside the eat, you know.
Mm-hmm. It seems like having an early boat number was like a super big advantage for people, because the longer amount of time you have in that morning time range, the better. Especially like first thing in the morning. And then do you think that when the sun's overhead like this, that grass, like they go to that grass to get that shade and that coverage?
They usually bite here. They've been here for a month. My grandson won a high school championship up here a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
He had 22.5 pounds the first day, and 1963 the second day. He had 42.5 pounds for 2 days.
Nice. What's his name?
He's boat captain. And his name's Fisher Arnold.
Oh, okay. I've heard of him. Wow, 10 pounds, that's, dang. And did he catch all of his fish like early in the day, like you were saying? Mm-hmm. What do you think about later in the afternoon before weigh-in? Yeah. Right.
We should have about 18 pounds at least, but we lost two good frogs. They just come on. We lost them back to back. That grass. Now we just dragging worms and lizards because we're not getting.
Are you doing Carolina rig?
I am. He's not.
Texas rig?
I just started trying this and see.
Have you tried anything like chatterbaits or swim baits or anything like that?
Tried everything you can possibly think of.
In every color, in every size. Gotcha.
If you get out here in the deep water, you can drag it Carolina rig on that shell bed, make it get bent. That's what I'm trying to do. We caught a 7-pounder here yesterday.
Wow.
Today, and they had no luck.
Dang. So when you move from here, are you going back down or are you going up? Like, what is the option two?
We got a place up there, a shell bed up there, but it's not. It don't get good till later in the day. We're going up there when we leave here, which won't be long. We decided we was gonna fish all the way around this. Then we're gonna go up there to that other place and see if we can get it.
Does that other place get a lot of traffic? Yeah. Got to cast at like a certain angle and everything like that, that kind of setup. I keep seeing big blow-ups back there. Is that carp or are those bass that I keep seeing?
We gotta have 2 more fish.
Well, I'll let y'all fish. I just wanted to ask that because I was genuinely curious.
We got 245.
I grew up in high school fishing this stretch a lot, so I was just curious. I haven't fished in a long time, but one time I filmed Chris Downdane here catching a lot of fish, and it was really interesting too. I used to do high school fishing and college fishing, and now I work for the fishing industry.
I got 2 grandsons in high school fishing.
Nice. It's really grown throughout the years.
Yeah, it's getting better.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
They've been doing it for a while. They're just been in high school. One's a senior next year, so he'll do it one more year.
Tell them to soak it in, they'll miss it.
My youngest one, the one that today, the older one didn't do good. We'll catch 2 before we go in.
Okay, sounds like a deal.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studios here on the banks of Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama at beautiful Goose Pond Colony. The guys pretty much have the setup taken care of outside, and we have had you taken care of out on the water. I do want to mention I did get a text from Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. I asked them if there was any update with them. They have upgraded to 17.5 pounds. That was as of 9:18 this morning. We checked back in with Damian Willis, Tyler Kiker. They've only upgraded just by ounces. They were going to abandon their tactic that they were using this morning and go do something else. He didn't say exactly what, but he did say they were going to do something a little bit different. We have seen Nolan Spencer, Jonathan Reese for 14 pounds, and then Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson for 18 pounds. Currently, that would be our unofficial leaders, and we're seeing those weights from 14 to 18 pounds really jumbled up right there. I'm anxious to see Jeff Seabolt and David Seabolt come in this afternoon and see those 2 5-pounders. We haven't really seen a whole lot of smallmouth. I really thought we might see a few more smallmouth on the camera today, but we've not seen that. Overall, we've seen about 20 teams. We've got just over an hour left in our live broadcast. We will turn off at 11 o'clock today and get our team back in here and get ready for the weigh-in. But right now we're going to go to a short commercial break, and I want to thank you for watching Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee here at Lake Guntersville. We'll be back soon. Thank you for tuning in.
Alabama Bass Trail Live, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Busch Light, Bahio Sunglasses, Bill Penny Automotive, and by TH Marine. There's more straight ahead.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
For all the ways you love to play, Academy Sports and Outdoors makes it easier than ever to get what you need and have fun out there. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store.
Jack's Big Bologna Breakfast Sandwich is back. There's just more to love with 2 perfectly fried slices of bologna topped with eggs, cheese, and Texas toast for just $3.49. Breakfast made the Southern way. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Phil Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Buying stale, burnt coffee is like eating hot sushi out of a vending machine. It's just a no-no. Explosion. Cool guys don't look at them. As a veteran-owned and operated company, we take massive pride in giving back. And with your support, we've donated millions to charitable organizations and veterans. Do you have a lightsaber leg, Jay?
Yeah, I got a lightsaber leg.
When you sign up for our coffee club, you get fast free shipping directly to your door. I'm on a helicopter.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends.
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Cherry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
For all the ways you love to play, Academy Sports and Outdoors makes it easier than ever to get what you need and have fun out there. Get free shipping on your favorite brands at academy.com or get free curbside or in-store pickup at your Academy store.
Jack's Big Bologna Breakfast Sandwich is back. There's just more to love with 2 perfectly fried slices of bologna topped with eggs, cheese, and Texas toast for just $3.49. Breakfast made the Southern way. Jack's, all about the South.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Phil Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Phil Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
Here we are with boat 111. It's Benji Seaborn, Jonathan Seaborn. These guys coming in this tournament 7th in AOI standings. As he was coming around the other side of the dock when we were commercial break, I got an opportunity to talk to these guys. He's got 16.38 pounds. These guys are obviously weighing their fish. He knew exactly what he's got. He says he's got 2 5-pounders and just keepers. So he knows he's got to get rid of those. And he feels pretty confident he can do it, from what I can tell. So. You know, the key being 7th in AOI, these guys may not necessarily be shooting for first. They may be too far out, but certainly, and oh, he had a bite right there. Certainly being 7th, you want to make sure you keep your standing because these guys have a chance to go finish top 9. You go to the Bassmaster Team Championship. I'm being told there's 74 points out of first place, so a lot would have to happen around them in order to make up that. So I'm sure, you know, the goal here is to make sure they get a good solid limit, just get a good solid finish here and make sure they keep their standing. So far they're doing the right things here. There again, these guys are fishing shallow, ground boat docks. Kind of the backside of these docks looks like what they're targeting. When I first came up on them, they were on the backside of the other side. So I don't know if these are brim beds that they're targeting, but it could be. I'm seeing wacky worms, light Texas rigs. He just power poled down there. You know, when we started our coverage this morning, we were seeing a lot of teams doing the same thing, and now... Yes, sir! You know, now that we've gotten further in the day, we've covered more water, we're seeing that there's a lot of different techniques that can be used to catch fish here on this lake. Shallow, deep, grass, no grass, different kinds of grass, milfoil, hydrilla, hill grass. You get a lot of options. You guys been targeting these docks pretty much all day? You've been targeting the docks all day?
Yeah, we pretty much come do this all day.
Okay.
It's kind of tougher on us today than it was in practice, but the higher the sun gets up, the better it gets.
Right.
But, you know, it is Saturday. So
Yep.
a lot more people. We got more things besides jobs. Oh, yeah, we've got more than this. It's so tough, I just don't want to.
Right, right.
Come out here and practice an hour, 16 pounds.
Right.
I don't know what the difference is today. I'm sure it's practice. They'll settle down.
You know, he talked about, you know, it being slower now than what it was in practice. You kind of have to expect that. You fish tournaments here, this lake, all of this lake gets a lot of pressure during the week. Weekends it's more than just fishermen. You've got pleasure boaters, pontoons, you got people skiing. I saw someone on a tube earlier today. So especially as we get about this time of day, you know, there's a lot more traffic on the water, more boat wakes, different things affecting these fish. You just have to make adjustments throughout the day and overcome it.
Just pulled up on the team of Jamie Smith and Michael Raines. Don't have any details yet. They are fishing just south of Goose Pond, fishing a shallow grass area just off the river. Just flicking along. We'll get some details here in a little bit when we get a little closer to them, but
They just lost 4 pounds. Says it was a 4-pounder.
I'm hoping you got 5 of them.
And I bet that's a lot better for covering water too.
Are they 15 pounds?
Leslie, what swim bait are you throwing? Or you were throwing a swim bait earlier? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Started with a double right off the bat. How about that? That is pretty exciting, right? If you weren't amped up enough to start with, that got you going there. On the team of Jamie Smith and Michael Raines, sitting on about 15 pounds. Currently sitting 6th in points, about 68 points out of the lead. But they're sitting in that top group for the Bassmaster Team Championship. Looking to hold on to that lead, if not make up a little bit of ground today. Final event for those points. Heard a few guys catching them today. I think today would be a day a lot of guys catch a lot of fish, probably. How many fish y'all caught all day so far? Yeah?
Take out the talking stuff. Take out the talking stuff. Smell.
Good. Oh, wow. So they got some good footage for us this morning on the GoPro. Be sure to tune in to Alabama Bass Trail TV show to see that footage over on the Speaking of, that new season will start July 3rd, Sunday mornings on the Valley Sports Network. All ABT events are broadcast there. And not only do you get to catch it live here, you get 20 GoPros on the water throughout the day. Different teams in the boat. But when you get one, it's a good one usually at this kind of day. So we're just flipping shallow grass. You can see him dropping the bait right there in front of us. Like you just said, hitting them on the head is kind of the name of the game at this point. Looking to make an upgrade from 15 pounds. Guys said they doubled up first thing this morning with one of them being a 4-pounder. Got them off to a great start. So they caught about 15, 18 fish today so far. Making short cast, just flips. It's kind of a big flat with a bunch of little sections that kind of go off up with it. So it's a pretty big flat with some deeper water nearby. Look off into the distance. I can see Goose Pond landing, so we are not very far away from takeoff. Having launched out of Scottsboro today, we do have a lot of teams that just kind of decided to stay close. Or you got Kenneth on the other end of the lake. A lot of guys made the run down there as well.
Actually, almost makes it look like a buzzbait. They're kind of off. Let's take a look at it.
necessarily making long casts, but just trying to flip the grass. I know that as you look on camera live today that you can't really see the grass, but it's almost topped out to the top of the water here, just underneath the surface. So there's lots of grass in this area. It's a pretty shallow area, sitting about 4 foot of water. They're just flipping one cast after the next to say that they really just feel like you got to hit them on the head. So many casts as you can make, just got to float around in the area is the key.
watching them fish and their little bitty basses swimming right by my boat over this hill grass. Just cruising. Not only do I have a lawnmower up on the shore, but behind me there's an airplane in the water. Yes. Negative. Honeycomb. This one's a white one. I'm not so sure about these planes landing on the water. I think planes are for air and boats are for water. Just had another bite there on a wacky rig. Jason, I'm sure you're feeling it about now, but it was a little cool this morning when we took off. I'm starting to get kind of warm. Looks like these guys are about to make a move.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. We are on the banks of Lake Guntersville here in Scottsboro at Goose Pond Colony, the official weigh-in location since blast-off's already taken place. As you can see, the crew has everything set up. We're waiting fish to come in, and we'll be weighing in here at 2 o'clock. Also, as you can see, there is no bleacher seating available, so please make sure that you bring your lawn chairs, your umbrellas. You can even bring a blanket if you'd like to sit down to watch the weigh-in, but we don't have bleacher seating here at this location, so please make accommodations for that. We will have ABT gear available for sale. The Golden Girls will be here. Guys can check in as early as 1 o'clock because, you know, during the hot summer months, we always make sure that they can come in an hour early, bump their fish, and weigh those in for fish care purposes. But we do want to just give a quick recap. So far, Tracy Robinson, Dustin Robinson are our unofficial leaders with 18 pounds. I think we are trying to get closer to David Powell and Greg Lamb, our current AOY leaders, to see how they were doing. We followed them earlier this morning, as well as Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins, to see how they are progressing throughout the day. That way we have a little bit of an idea of what this Angler of the Year race looks like when we come in this afternoon. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We've got about 30 minutes left in our live coverage. We'll be back with you shortly. For the rest of the live show, the next 30 minutes. We'll be back real soon. Stay tuned.
On the Water live coverage is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Strike King, Luz, by Garmin, Wadawi Marine, and by Alabama State Parks. There's more to come. Stay with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine Hydrowave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The Hydrowave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The Hydrowave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live. We are at the last tournament of the Northern Division, and we are here with boat 107, Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. We touched base with them earlier, and they had about 17 pounds. They have now upgraded to 18 pounds, so we're checking in with them. How much weight do you expect to have by the time you weigh in? 22? I'm going to hold you to it. You gotta have exactly 22 when you weigh in. You'll be sitting pretty with that weight with Angler of the Year's points because you're in second right now. Are you feeling a little nervous, a little anxious, a little excited about how today's going? And yeah, and you never know with Guntersville, especially. Super unpredictable, but also super predictable. Have you been moving around a lot, or do you have like a couple of super key areas you spend a lot of time in? Yeah. This is only your second place? That's crazy. But that makes sense because as soon as you move, someone else can sit on your stuff. That would make me so anxious. In your first area where you caught the majority of your fish, I'm assuming, are you going to go back to that spot later in the day? Oh, this was your first spot? Yeah. Gotcha.
We left here and went to another place for about 45 minutes. It wasn't happening, so we came back down here.
So what are these fish doing right here? Okay. Are they moving around a lot, or are they pretty like...
We'll catch about 2 hours, and usually it's back to back.
Mm-hmm. Are they in a lull right now?
Oh yeah, we hadn't caught one in probably 45 minutes.
Do you think that they'll get active again later in the afternoon before weigh-in?
Yeah, you just gotta wait them out. I mean, they're just moving in and out of the ditch and feed.
Yeah. It seems like that's the game today, is find your best area and really be patient and sit there and really fish it hard. That's what I've been seeing a lot today. And what have been like your key baits in this area?
Just going a big worm and a jig.
Jig? Okay. Are you keeping everything like on the bottom in one area and like slowly working it back to the boat? Have you been watching them on the graph and like really like playing the video game and aiming towards them, or are you kind of fan casting right now? Ten four. Ooh, fish catch. Wow. You could use that for bait. So why the spinning rod specifically for the jig? Just because it's like a finesse? Or no, okay. I thought you were throwing a jig. You're throwing a wacky rig. Okay. Have you thrown a drop shot at all today?
I have.
How did that go?
No.
Oh.
I broke it off and I ain't had it.
Really? What pound line were you using?
I think I had 10 on that.
10? You're the second person I've heard say broke off one on a drop shot.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't break it off on fish.
Oh, it was on something else? Okay. But you see, you worded it like it was a fish. Like... Just to kind of like activate them. Yeah. Get them out of the lull. What depth are you in over there? 15? Hey, maybe these waves you're about to get will help activate them. Just a reminder, guys, we are with boat number 107, Wesley Sams and Jordan Wiggins. They're second in Angler of the Year points. Earlier today, they had 17 pounds. Now they've upgraded to 18, and they're expecting to be somewhere in the 20s by the end of the day before weigh-in. Alrighty, here,
Hello.
Jason.
Gregor Lamb and David Powell. Guys, it looks like we're culling over here.
Sorry?
I said it looks like we're culling over here.
We're finally calling. Yeah. Yeah. Had to do a little live well treatment, try to keep our fish in good shape.
It's an important thing in this deal, right? Keeping fish alive.
It didn't happen to me, but I found that out at Wheeler when I heard how that went down. Yeah. You've been laying there. Yeah, I mean we've had a rough start. We some guys in a little bass club. It was in our primary little spot there.
Oh, okay.
We just had to sit and watch it go down.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. They caught a limit, and I thought they might have been in this tournament.
Yeah.
They said, we got a good limit. I'll let you have it. I'm like, okay. So, you know.
Thank you, right?
Yeah, well, that's part of it. That's part of it. I mean, you know, like I say, but it's just, I think we've caught 7 keepers total. That's it.
Okay.
But,
what kind of weight you think you got?
We need a good bet. We need a good big one. We need a big one. We got probably about 13, 14 pounds.
Okay.
I'm guessing. So, you know, we know we need more than that.
Yeah.
And, we had a great practice. Anytime we have a great practice, it ends up being a struggle. Like at Wheeler, we didn't have a great practice and ended up having a good tournament.
Yeah.
Some of the others.
That's kind of how it goes, isn't it?
That's part of it. Yeah, man.
And we love that lake. We whack them the whole time we're practicing, and then something changes Saturday. We've never even catched a check.
But the afternoons have been good.
Yeah.
Still with the swim bait, and a lot of people have abandoned this shallower stuff. And I've caught some good ones the last couple of days up noon or whatever. So
yeah.
We need to get to at least 20 just to have a chance to survive and keep our position, because we got some good guys that's chasing our heels.
Yeah. The goal today is to stay at the top.
Big fish.
That's it.
Hooked up now.
That's it.
176.
Yep. You win the battle today, you can win the war.
This is a good one. I'm not sure if it's a bass or not.
And those guys don't slip. I'm sure they're catching. Get a power pole down.
Thinking this is not going to be a
we got a
bass.
little upgrade we can do that.
Yeah.
I set the hook, he didn't move. I said, whoa. That's a big old drum.
Catfish.
Well, we put a show on at least.
That's right. Pick up a drum. He said he set the hook and it didn't move. We've just pulled up on this team. It's Colton Bramlett and Cassidy Evans, and he told me that they've been fishing up around Scottsboro all day. Got two pretty good fish. Caught some short fish. It's the only 2 keepers they've got. They've come down to the lower end. They've come down to the bottom of the lake, try to change things up. Probably trying to get away from some of the pressure. I know from what we've seen on live, there's a lot of teams fishing up there in the Goose Pine, Scottsboro area. Bite here. Set the hook. Swing and miss. Almost like that fish hit it and dropped it, and then hit it again. Yeah, it set in the back of the boat. It came off. Hook set from the boat. Oh, it came off. Fish came up and jumped, spit the bait off. He looked like he really didn't get a good hook set in that. He kind of got in a bind there. He was reeling as fast as he could, but I think that fish just kind of ran to him as soon as he set the hook and couldn't really do much with it. Don't take it personal. So, you know, I've heard guys say that, you know, when you're catching drum, that there's bass somewhere in there. There's a reason why those drum are there, and they feed on similar things. First fish we saw these guys catch was a drum, and then he had a bite that didn't take it, and then he hooked a bass. It came off. So, kind of proves the point that, you know, where you catch drum, you can also catch bass. This is actually, it's kind of a shallow hump. We're not really on the river channel. There's a flat between his boat and out here behind me where the river channel is. It's a little hump there, but it's a place, the river kind of makes a bend and it kind of starts to straighten out here going down towards the dam. But I don't know if it's a little eddy area, but it's an area that fish just tend to congregate pretty often. Always. Well, flying airplanes right above the lake or right on the lake must be the new thing. I get it. Well, I think we're getting ready to break down what we've seen so far on the lake. So we're going to stay here on Colton and Cassidy for a little while longer, but we're going to send it back into Cage.
Welcome back, everyone, inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio, and we are here on the banks of Lake Guntersville in Scottsboro, Alabama, and we're going to give you your Busch Light lake breakdown of what we've seen out on the water today. I want to start by saying this morning we had a beautiful blast off here at Goose Pond. Everyone was in the water and ready to go. We were a little worried about that when we got out on the water. There was quite a few trucks still in line, but everybody got in the water. We got them blasted off. Everyone safely went out this morning. We look forward to seeing them all back here in just a little bit. As we expected, fish catches started really fast, and we got to see that with Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. They caught 14 pounds within the first 30-45 minutes that we were on live. We've seen a lot of different tactics today, but we're going to get out on the water with the people who've been on the water and let them tell you about what they saw today and what their expectations are. So we're going to start off with Jason Duran, who covered Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker earlier this morning.
All right, we are on Team 1. That would be your Angler of the Year leaders. Powell and Lamb just over here to the left of me fishing. They have got a pretty decent limit. They said the team that started out with them this morning, they were fishing in another event, and they caught a limit right there in front of them. So it's kind of a little upsetting for them to get over to their first spot and a team already be sitting on it fishing another event. They said, hey, that we're going to let them fish. That guy finished out their limit, and they left. So they proceeded to catch their limit in that spot. Moved around a little bit here. We're fishing on the edge of the river in a shallow spot, grass, pretty much a grass ledge, just outside of Goose Pond. I do want to make a quick note here. We got our Phoenix Boats Snackle Box. We brought this to you last week. So Phoenix Boats Snackle Box and Espresso Mocha by Black Rifle. Got some nice, again, we got bruschetta again this week. And we've got cheeses, 2 different kinds of cheeses. Got a little salami, got a little olives. Yeah, we got it all today. Miss Kate, I think you even have a snackle box today, right? So Miss Kate got her snackle box. We all got a Phoenix Boat snackle box this morning, so we are not hungry on the lake. Let's kick it on around as we continue to break down our Bush Light breakdown of the lake. Who's up next?
We have learned so much about Guntersville. For those who did not see the full live coverage today, I spent most of the time downriver, and I also spent a lot of time near those big grass flats that are really commonly fished. And so there were just so many people surrounded on those grass flats. We saw lots of Carolina rigs, lots of swim jigs. We saw lots of frogs early in the morning. And we even saw a little bit of finesse fishing here and there. There's no doubt that the boats that had early boat numbers are going to have a huge advantage today going into weigh-in because they got the biggest chunk of the morning time, and we're definitely going to see a lot of really good bags from those anglers. And I'm really excited. I think we're going to be in the upper 20s, and who knows with Guntersville, it's predictable, but it's also not predictable. I guarantee you we'll have some really big bags today, but I guarantee you there's going to be one super big bag, and I can't wait to see you at weigh-in.
I'm good. Well, here we are. We started way up at the mouth of Goose Pond this morning. We started off with the Anglers of the Year. I think Jason's gotten a recap from those guys. But when we left there, we started working our way down the lake. We're about as far as you can go down. We ended up in Honeycomb, which is just above Guntersville Dam. We're not far upriver from there now. This is kind of our last stop. These guys are fishing along the river ledge. I've seen guys fishing in 4 to 6 feet of hydrilla that's almost topped out. I've seen guys fishing out in 20 feet of water with no grass. I've seen guys fishing in 2 or less feet of water with eelgrass, what looked like to be maybe rim beds. So Guntersville kind of is offering a variety right now. So guys that may be worried about pressure or too many boats sitting in an area, there's things that they can do to kind of get out of that if that's going to bother them. Other people don't mind fishing in around other boats if they know the fish are there. So we've seen a lot of fish catches. We've seen some pretty decent weights. I still think we'll see better weights once we get to weigh in. I mean, there's still several hours for these guys to fish. So I really think there's going to be a shootout at the end. We've got teams that are looking to qualify for the championship. We got teams trying to stay in the top 9 for the Bassmaster Championship, and certainly teams that are close enough to finish first at the end of the year, which is a huge deal to these guys. We saw the pressure this morning. That pressure is going to start ramping up once they get towards the end of the day. They know they're going to have to catch fish really well to end it out. We'll all find out what happens during weigh-in.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio. And Jason mentioned our snackle box, our Phoenix Boat snackle box. He did an amazing job on this, guys. I mean, he's talking about prosciutto and all kinds of things. I'm going to try to hold that up here. I'm not a very good mukbanger, but I think that's what you call that when you show your food online or whatever. So there's that. That is a awesome. You got almonds. You got some other kind of nut. I'm not really sure. We got tomatoes. We got olives. We got bruschetta. We've got pickles. This has been an awesome, awesome live. I appreciate Jason thinking of us and bringing us our Phoenix Boat snackle box. We're going to take a small break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock with the live weigh-in here at Lake Guntersville for the 5th and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Someone's going to win $10,000. Someone's going to be Angler of the Year. 75 teams will move on to the championship, and 9 will move on to the Bassmaster Team Championship at Lake Hartwell later on this year. You guys stay tuned. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thanks for tuning in.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, presented by Black Rifle Coffee, has been brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Fish Alabama, Alabama State Parks, Amherst Federal Credit Union, by Mountain Dew, by Garmin, TH Marine, Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Jax, Bill Penny Automotive, Woodowee Marine, Strike King, Luz, by Bahio Sunglasses, and by Busch Light. See more on AlabamaBassTrail.org.